security, or if he goes for the more divisive rhetoric. We do expect, though, the president will mention areas where he could reasonably expect there to be bipartisan consensus, especially on the issue of infrastructure. We expect the president will call on Congress to put forth an infrastructure package. He will also call on Congress to support his administration's efforts to lower prescription drug prices. And with any president, Elaine, we will expect him also to tout some of his own accomplishments. And arguably, one of his biggest accomplishments has been in the courts. But it will be very interesting to see how he addresses the confirmation of Justice Kavanaugh, because, of course, that was also a bitter partisan fight. So it'll be interesting how he sort of balances bragging about that, which is a legitimate accomplishment, putting a conservative justice on the court, but also being sensitive about the scandal that surrounded that.
Well, Paula, you've also been reporting on a new subpoena delivered to President Trump's inaugural committee. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. This subpoena, it's pretty sweeping, very broad. Prosecutors are looking for any documents, any information related to the donors who contributed over $100 million to the president's inaugural fund. As you may remember, many people were a bit surprised that candidate Trump won the election. And by people, I mean longtime Republican donors. There was a rush to cut checks, and investigators are now looking at exactly how all that money was raised and how it was spent. They're especially interested in foreign donations and whether or not any foreign entities sought to try to get any leverage over the new administration through contributions. It is illegal for foreign entities to donate to inaugural funds. So that is specifically in the subpoena. And again, Elaine, it's just another legal headache for the president. Today, the White House tried to distance itself. Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this has nothing to do with the president. And Elaine, that is true. The president is not named specifically in this subpoena. We have to look. Now the president's campaign is under investigation. His inauguration is under investigation. Members of administration and even the president himself, of course, continues to be under investigation for possible obstruction of justice. A lot of legal controversy surrounding one of the biggest days of the year for him.
All right, Paula Reed covering all the angles for us. Paula, thank you. Now to Molly Hooper on Capitol Hill. She's a CBSN political contributor and congressional reporter for The Hill. So, Molly, what are lawmakers looking for tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what they're not looking for, and this is on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat. They don't want to hear the president broach this idea of declaring a national emergency to build his border wall. We talked to several Republicans today who said really that's something that he should not discuss until February 15th, the deadline by which the government funding runs out. And we have the committee working right now, this bipartisan bicameral committee of 17 senators and lawmakers. They're meeting. They have a meeting tomorrow, and several of them have said that they think that they can get a deal done. It's unclear if they'll be able to actually get it finished by the end of the week. They need to do that because in order to get the votes taken on the House and Senate floor, that takes some time. But again, they think some deal, some negotiated deal could take place that would, preempt and mean that the president doesn't actually need to declare a national emergency. So that's one thing they do not want to hear.
Well, CBSN caught up with Congresswoman Katie Porter from New York, who's wearing white to the State of the Union, and she explained why.
I'm dressed today in white. I'm not getting married. Many of my women House colleagues are wearing white. It's the color that the suffragists wore back when they fought for the women's right to vote, and so we're wearing white to recognize the ongoing effort to give economic, social, and political equality to women.
So, Molly, tell us more about that. Do you know how many Democratic women will be wearing white tonight?
A lot of Democratic women will be wearing white. I've run into them in the halls of the Capitol, and it's basically going to be a sea of white. And it's not just the Democratic women. Democratic lawmakers, the men, are wearing white ribbons as well in solidarity with their female counterparts. It's a way to sort of express a sentiment, a protest, if you will. Several Democratic lawmakers have decided to boycott the speech. In these situations, we're going to have the nation's attention on President Trump's speech. And of course, with the televised nature of this, there's going to be a camera ready to cut to whichever party they want a reaction from, namely the 2020 contenders, as well as key House freshmen. So again, we could see some outbursts and whatnot, but this is one way, the wearing of the white, one way for Democrats to express their solidarity, to represent emancipation, but also one way that perhaps leaders can keep their caucus relatively tame. In previous years, we've seen members members boo what the president has said. We've seen, outbursts. But don't believe it was at a State of the Union, but at a joint meeting of Congress where President Obama was speaking to Congress. Republican Joe Wilson yelled out, "You lie," and so that's something that Democrats and Republicans don't want to see at this State of the Union. And again, wearing white and taking those types of steps are more productive than, say, booing and shouting out protest stations.
All right, Molly Hooper for us. Molly, thank you. Let's bring in our panel. Ed O'Keefe is a CBS News political correspondent. Michael Graham is a CBSN political contributor and conservative columnist. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Leslie Sanchez is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. And Antoine Seawright is a Democratic strategist. Welcome to you all. I don't think we could fit anyone else at the table here. Ed, let me start with you, though. The White House says that the president will attempt to foster a theme of unity tonight. With the current political climate, how challenging might that be?
Super challenging, Elaine. He can't even get Democrats to talk to him about drug prices in an effort to try to control those prices. So that should show you how difficult it really is right now for him. And this attempt at unity comes after Democrats rebuffed his invitations to meet during the shutdown. Remember, he was trying to meet with a collection of freshman Democrats about possibly working with Republicans on a deal. There is no appetite among Democrats for cooperation with him on most issues right now, because they don't see any incentive to do so. He remains deeply unpopular among Democratic voters. And frankly, Democrats don't want to fall down the wormhole that many Republicans have fallen down for the past 2 years, where you begin to support a specific policy position or proposal that the president one day tweets about and then 2 days later reverses course. So, for now at least, there really is no incentive. The only thing I can think of in the last few weeks where he has earned bipartisan praise is for what he's done with Venezuela and recognizing the government of Mr. Guaido as opposed to Mr. Maduro. That is probably the only thing that sticks out in my mind as having earned significant bipartisan praise in recent weeks.
Caitlin, let me turn to you. What about policy? Can we expect the president to introduce any new policies?
Well, we've been hearing from previews that he wants to talk about infrastructure, which has been something he's wanted to talk about apparently for the past 2 years and hasn't really gotten anywhere. Also, as Ed mentioned, drug pricing. But remember, even on those two issues, the parties are still very far apart. When it comes to something like infrastructure, there is a very stark divide between the two parties about how to pay for it, whether and how much the government should be involved. We know on the cost of prescription drugs is a bipartisan issue in terms of the voter base. This is something that people really do care about. But kind of going back to the central premise of this, which is that Democrats also feel emboldened by the past round of negotiations. They feel emboldened by the midterm elections, and they're heading into another general election, presidential election, and they're in the middle of a primary. And so opportunities for bipartisanship on policy are very slim. But we're also kind of really paying attention tonight to see what the president says about that border wall, whether he will, in fact, move closer to calling a national emergency.
Leslie, if you're a Republican, as I know you are, what do you want to hear from the president tonight?
I love how the Western Hemisphere and Mexico and kind of all of Latin America is becoming a big part of the president's, kind of lauding his success when it was part of what he was railing against to win. But on that issue of, and I think Caitlin's got it right, when you're talking about border security, the president has an opportunity to do something bold with comprehensive immigration reform. Those are words you never put together on the Republican side. But if he does something very strong and says, I will support legalization, or not a path to citizenship, but legalization for some of these DACA students, there is a way where it puts the Democrats in a position it's really hard to walk away from, because that's something they've ultimately championed and we have together, which is the conservatives that we're never going to allow that to happen. So what I'm hearing from a lot of establishment Republicans is they see a really good opportunity here, but it would have to be very bold, and they think it could change the conversation going into the rest of the week and as it layers on border security.
So CBS News chief congressional correspondent Nancy Cortez spoke with Senator and 2020 hopeful Kamala Harris, who's bringing a furloughed air traffic control worker as her guest tonight, and she explained why.
Whatever decision policymakers and leaders in this place called Washington, D.C. make has a direct impact on real human beings. And the decision to shut down this government for the sake of a vanity project called the Wall was not without harm.
All right, so Antoine, what message are Democrats trying to send with their guests tonight? We should also mention you are a newly minted CBSN political contributor. It's great to have you here. But what's the message here?
I think Democrats want to speak to the hearts and minds of the American people. This longest shutdown we've ever faced in our country's history. While we are back to normal in some regards, there's also people who are still hurting from the shutdown. If you look at the millions of contractors who are impacted by this, if you look at local economies, if you look at everyday people like myself who travel through airports, who had delays and so forth, those things are real-life scenarios that people face every day. And I think Democrats want to make people understand this is not about whether it's about Trump or whether it's about the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. It's about people's lives and the families are impacted, whether they visit a food bank or whether they had to go out and, go pick up nails on a construction site just to feed their families for the days they were out of work. It's real life, and I think that's what Democrats want to portray by some of their guests. But I think what they're looking for tonight is the tone of this president. The president's tone and his delivery in his speech will say everything about how we go into negotiations, one, to keep the government open, but two, to deal with this massive animal on the table called immigration. I think his tone tonight will say a lot about it.
Michael, what are you going to be looking for tonight?
Yet another State of the Union address where there's lots of jumping up and applauding and eye-rolling, and then 24 hours from now it'll be totally forgotten because Trump is going to stay Trump. He's going to keep the Trump tone, even if he's given a couple of speeches in the past. Remember the last State of the Union? People are like, oh my gosh, look how presidential. By the way, 14 Democrats refused to show up for the last one. Only 4 are sitting out this one. If the president is taking my advice, Mr. President, every sentence should have the word economy in it. There's a new poll out. 80% of Americans want to hear the president talk about the economy. 80% of Democrats want to hear him talk about the economy. His economy story is a fantastic story. The same time you're talking about people struggling. Last month, 300,000 jobs created. Nobody saw that happening. This economy is off the hook. Why he would talk about anything else is beyond me.
The jobs doesn't mean upward mobility. Be
yes,
clear.
it does.
It does not. It does not in every scenario.
Well, we are going to have so much more time. We have hours and hours until the State of the Union here. Thanks to all of you. We're going to check back in with you later tonight. Ahead on Red and Blue, how is the border debate playing out at the border? We'll visit 3 states that would play host to President Trump's proposed barrier. Plus, Stacey Abrams will get a high-profile platform when she delivers the Democratic response tonight. But that platform hasn't always paid off for her predecessors. We'll explain. This is Red and Blue.
I feel an incredible responsibility to be in the moderator position because people are overwhelmed by opinion right now. They are not necessarily always getting the kind of trusted, calm, contextualized analysis that we try to put on this program. This is moderating what a difficult place we are in our country, where often we can't have conversations. We have one on this show each week. We will tell you on Face the Nation what's important, we'll tell you why, and we will have the decision makers who are changing the country you're living in.
CBS News is out with some new polling on tonight's State of the Union address. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, is here to run us through the polls. He's also the host of the podcast, Where Did You Get This Number? All right, Anthony, first of all, the polling differentiates between Americans and speech watchers. What's different about speech watchers? And is President Trump really talking to a national audience here?
Hi, Elaine. Well, historically, a president's partisans are much more likely to watch a State of the Union speech than people across the nation as a whole. So perhaps not surprisingly, as we interview people and say, are you planning to watch the speech? We find that a lot more Trump supporters say yes. So in our most recent survey, people saying that they're going to watch the speech, about 2/3 of them say that they're going to watch, and they say, well, more than half really, say that they're Trump supporters, and another half say they're either Trump opponents or they're not sure. So maybe he swings some of those people who are on the fence with the speech tonight. But look, when there have been Democratic presidents, then Democrats have been more likely to watch a State of the Union speech. So historically, this is pretty well par for the course.
Well, this will be President Trump's second State of the Union. But first, before divided government, Mr. Trump says he will talk about unity. Is that what people want?
By and large, yes. Even though, as we said, there might be more partisans and more Republicans watching this speech, 2/3 of them tell us that they want to hear a unifying message. And some of the communication we're getting out of the White House is that the president will try and go in that direction. You know, it's interesting to me, Elaine, this is the first time we'll see President Trump facing divided government and facing now a Democratic House as he delivers this State of the Union speech. You know, I think we have some tape as we hearken back to the last time a Republican president then faced a then divided Congress, and that was President George W. Bush, who in 2007 had to turn around and acknowledge, and did, in a show of unity and a show of bipartisanship, really, talking to then Nancy Pelosi.
Well, what is the nation's feeling when it comes to the State of the Union?
Well, what we have, Elaine, is a big split between people who say that they are concerned about the direction of the country and people who say that they think the economy is good. So we've got almost 7 in 10 people saying that the economy is in good shape of some form. But then we ask, what do you think about the direction of the country? Well, a majority say that they think it's going in the wrong direction. And when we've asked people, well, how would you summarize the State of the Union? A third say that it's in good or great shape at the moment. And what you learn from that is how much politics, even more so these days than the economy, really affects the way that people see the direction of the country. And that, of course, again, brings so much back to what they hear from the president and from the Congress on nights like tonight.
So then what issues or policies do people most want to hear about in tonight's address?
Well, one of them is jobs and the economy. That's always a top concern. You know, because this audience is going to be a little more partisan, a little more Republican, so they tell us, perhaps not surprisingly, we find more people saying they want to hear about immigration policy. We find a number who say they do want to hear about plans for a border wall, even more so than things like climate change, for example, another one of the options that we gave people. That having been said, it's always striking that jobs and the economy, as well as national security and issues of safety, always sort of come to the top, as per usual, in a State of the Union, Elaine.
All right, interesting snapshot. Anthony Salvanto, thanks very much, Anthony.
Thanks.
The Pentagon is ordering an additional 3,700 active duty military members down to the U.S.-Mexico border. They'll join the approximately 2,300 active duty troops stationed there, as well as another 2,000 National Guard members. The troops, who will be deployed over the next 30 days, will help install wire barriers and monitor border crossings. Apprehending migrants, however, will not be part of their assignment. President Trump addressed this in a tweet today, writing, "Tremendous numbers of people are coming up through Mexico in the hopes of flooding our southern border. We have sent additional military. We will build a human wall if necessary." Congress has just 10 days to craft a border security deal that the president will sign. Otherwise, the government could partially shut down again. In Sunday's interview with Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, President Trump did not rule out declaring a national emergency to fund his border wall.
Would you shut down the government again?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens on February 15th.
And you're not taking it off the table?
Well, I don't take anything off the table. I don't like to take things off the table. It's that alternative. It's national emergency. It's other things. And, you know, there have been plenty national emergencies called.
Joining me now is a group of 3 local reporters from border states. In Texas, we have Dallas Morning News political writer Gromer Jeffers. In California is Melissa Kane. She is a political reporter for our Bay Area station, KPIX. And in Arizona is Dennis Welch, the political editor for our Phoenix affiliate. Welcome to all of you. First, I'd like each of you to briefly tell us what you're watching for on immigration in tonight's speech. Gromer, I'll start with you.
Well, I'm watching to see if the president can find a way out, find a way through the wall that he's built for himself on this border security issue. You know, in the interview you just played, he talked about a state of emergency or other things. What are those other things? What can he say tonight that Democrats will be able to accept and they can reach a deal? If he can't, then we're in the same spot in about a week or so.
Melissa, what about you?
Well, I'm looking to see whether and to what extent he goes into this issue of a national emergency. If you look at the guests that he's bringing tonight, they include 3 women who've had family members killed by undocumented immigrants. They include a federal agent who works in anti-trafficking and a woman who's a recovering opioid addict. So it seems like he's going to be talking more about crime at the border and either laying the groundwork for a national emergency declaration or coming right out and declaring one during the speech.
And Dennis, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that. I think the thing I'm most watching here is whether or not he lays the groundwork for declaring that national emergency, or he goes ahead and he does that here tonight, because obviously what happens there down at the border happens in the backyard for people here in Arizona. And I know that folks down there, I've spent a lot of time on the border. A lot of folks down there, they don't want this border wall. What they want is more worker visas, more permits. They'd like to see more migrant worker being able to come and move north to work in the farmlands down in southern Arizona. Definitely a lot of people are going to be watching that tonight. I know I am as well.
So, Dennis, President Trump has maintained that he'll let the government shut down again if funding is not secured for a border wall. Arizona ranks 10th among all states in federal contract dollars per capita. Do people in your state feel another government shutdown is worth it for a wall?
Well, I can tell you they did not like the first government shutdown. Unlike previous government shutdowns, this was a very long, protracted shutdown. They missed a couple of paychecks. The economic pain was real. We were getting phone calls day after day from people who worked for the government who were being affected by this, or were contract workers who really took the brunt of all this because they just were not getting paid and there were no promises for any back pay. I can tell you that the appetite for another protracted struggle over the border wall that would potentially, cost them even more money. There's not a lot of appetite for that here in Arizona right now.
And Melissa, as politicians in Washington continue their stalemate over immigration and the border, political leaders in California are taking steps to make their communities more open to immigrants. Tell us about the new plan coming out of San Diego.
All right, so San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer has announced a 5-year plan to try and integrate immigrants into the community better. It includes everything from more soccer games played in San Diego to assistance with bilingual access to social services. Now, so far, and I'll point out that Faulconer is a Republican, at least in name. He's also a very moderate Republican, calls himself a new Republican, working with Democrats in San Diego to put together this plan. So far, though, he's only allocated money to hire one person who's going to be a coordinator. So it remains to be seen how much follow-through there will be with additional resources to this. In addition, a number of people have looked at this rollout for helping immigrants and said, Is this for undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants, or for legal immigrants, which is something more people can get behind? So still a lot of questions about that new plan coming out of San Diego.
All right, Grummer Jeffers in Texas, Melissa Kane in California, and Dennis Welch in Arizona. Thanks to you all. I want to throw it over now to our Tanya Rivero. She's with CBS News digital reporter Kate Smith to fact-check some of the immigration-related issues the president is expected to address.
Thank you so much, Elaine. And Kate, thanks so much for being here. Let's start with the statement that Homeland Security Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen released today. I'm going to read part of what she wrote. Approximately 2,000 aliens have arrived in northern Mexico as part of a caravan seeking to cross the border into Texas. Illegal entry will not be tolerated, and we stand ready to prevent it. But, Kate, isn't there something technically wrong with that statement?
There is. That statement assumes that all of these people want to illegally cross the border. However, we have people on the ground. I've been speaking to attorneys on the ground there. What these people are looking for is asylum. That is a completely legal form of immigration. The problem is they have to go through a port of entry. You've seen Customs and Border Patrol restrict that entry, but they're looking to do something that is completely illegal under current immigration law.
And, Kate, another thing that the president is very fond of saying about his border wall is that this would prevent the bulk of illegal immigration. It would also curb illegal drug trafficking. You have done some great reporting into both of these things. First off, tell us, how do most undocumented immigrants make it to the U.S.?
Most undocumented immigrants, about 2/3, they enter through valid visas, and then they overstay those visas. A very famous example of that would be 21 Savage over the weekend. A visa overstay was then arrested by ICE. That's 2/3.
So a wall would have not much of an effect.
It would have an effect on those 1/3 of people, but the majority, they're visa overstays.
Right. All right. So let's dig into the drugs, because you looked at the three big ones. You looked at cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl. Yes. Let's start with heroin. How does most heroin illegal heroin cross the border into the U.S.?
Through legal ports of entry.
Interesting.
It's not smuggled. I mean, we're talking about huge amounts of drugs, right?
In trucks?
In trucks. You can't physically do that in between ports of entry. You can't smuggle it in the middle of the night the way the president has portrayed that in various speaking engagements. How this happens is on these tractor-trailer trucks through ports of entry that just go undetected by Customs and Border Patrol agents at the legal, again, ports of entry.
All right, so that's heroin. What about cocaine? Would a wall help curb cocaine?
No, the same answer. A lot of tractor trailers, but fentanyl is a little bit different. So fentanyl, actually, a lot of it comes from China, and even though it's a little bit
in the mail.
Yes.
Interesting.
So it's a little bit less than what comes through in the southern border, but it's higher. It's a higher potency. It's about 90% pure, whereas what comes through in the southern border is about 10% pure.
And didn't U.S. officials just make the biggest fentanyl bust ever at a legal port of entry?
Yes, it was the biggest fentanyl bust ever in the history of the DEA. And again, like you said, legal port of entry. A wall would not have done anything to stop that.
Kate Smith, thank you so much for your fantastic reporting on all of this. And Kate will be part of our real-time State of the Union fact check. You can follow along on our website at cbsnews.com/factcheck. Elaine, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tanya. Still ahead, President Trump will have at least 5 potential challengers with him in the House chamber tonight. We'll take a look at how the Democratic field is shaping up. This is Red and Blue. Former Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams will deliver the Democrats' rebuttal to the State of the Union tonight from Atlanta. Meg Oliver is there with more. Meg?
Stacey Abrams is known as the voice and future of the Democratic Party, but delivering the State of the Union response has been known to bring down up-and-comers on both sides of the aisle.
Nothing has frustrated me more than false choices like the one the president laid out tonight.
It was the thirst-quenching moment seen across the nation, one that immortalized Senator Marco Rubio's 2013 State of the Union response.
When they put Marco on to refute President Obama's speech, do you remember that catastrophe? And he's like this, and we were, I need water, help me, I need water.
But at least Senator Rubio is still in office. The curse that inflicted other response givers,
good evening and happy Mardi Gras,
has been seemingly more devastating. Former Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal was once hailed as a rising star of the Republican Party before being dragged through the mud for his 2009 rebuttal on late-night TV.
we believe that Americans can do anything.
Can we have candy for dinner?
Jindal eventually ran for president in 2016, but his campaign never really took off. In 2011, Congressman Paul Ryan delivered the response.
I'm Congressman Paul Ryan from Janesville, Wisconsin.
Just over a year later, he was tapped to be Mitt Romney's running mate for an unsuccessful White House bid. Ryan said farewell to Congress as Speaker last year.
The state of our union is hopeful, resilient, and enduring.
The curse is not partisan. Last year, Congressman Joe Kennedy gave the first Democratic State of the Union response to President Trump. But it was a curious substance on his lips that's still remembered.
Twitter had a field day with your shiny lips. So did you bring your chapstick this morning?
I oddly enough, decided to go a little bit light on the chapstick this morning.
Kennedy had some advice for Abrams. He tweeted she should be herself, keep some snacks handy if the president's speech goes long, and he recommended she misplace her chapstick. Elaine.
Meg, thanks. Let's bring back in Antoine Seawright and Caitlin Huey-Burns. We're also joined by Gabe DeBenedetti and Linda Tran. Gabe is a national correspondent for New York Magazine. Linda is a CBSN political contributor, Democratic strategist, and founding partner of 270 Strategies. Gabe, let me start with you. Besides not bringing, chapstick, what does Stacey Abrams need to do to avoid this so-called curse of the State of the Union response?
Well, it's pretty easy for her to avoid this curse because we don't actually know what she's trying to do here, whether she's trying to run for Senate or run for governor down the line or just be the face of the Democratic Party. Basically, her role tonight is to articulate what the party stands for right now. No one's going to be looking for her to give a direct rebuttal of what President Trump says because, of course, there's not enough time to prepare that. But most importantly, if you look back at all these other people who have so-called dealt with this curse, really what people don't like is the stylistic points here. So she just has to make sure to give a good speech, and I think she'll do that.
So for some people, Stacey Abrams is a new name, but she's been politically active for some time. We actually found a clip of her speaking at the 30th anniversary of the March on Washington in 1993. This was when she was 19 years old. Take a look.
And today, I come to you as a young person, as a young woman, as a young black woman, to ask you to use us, use the young people of the United States of America to pave a road that will last forever, pave a road that will let us become the foot soldiers, let us not have to do this again for our children. We ask you to let us come forth with you, not behind you, not in front of you, but together on that road to jobs, justice, and peace.
Right, my eagle-eyed producer, Matt, in the control room, says that the name there, if you know, C-SPAN spelled her first name wrong. It's S-T-A-C-E-Y. But Linda, you heard what she had to say back then. It's really interesting to see her. I believe she was a junior at Spelman College when she made those remarks. What is it that she needs to say right now, though, in the moment that we're in 2019, and who's her audience?
Well, first off, let me just say, like a fine wine, she has only gotten better with age, and she is known for being powerful at the microphone. And so part of the dynamic tonight is always going to be challenging. You're following up the president who gets to speak in front of this audience. We don't know if she's going to do something like Joe Kennedy did last year to try and get some of that energy. But in terms of message, she is demonstrating she's the exact polar opposite of him, you know, in the way she looks, in her age, in her approach to the world. And if we take any cues from her campaign message, it's going to be about unity. It's going to be about ordinary, everyday people being able to get ahead. And it's also going to be about policies that help all Americans, but in particular help those who've been marginalized and disadvantaged over the years. I would also anticipate she might talk some about voting rights, and this has been a centerpiece of her career, and it's something that she's continued with this new organization that she's launched. And of course, we know that the fight in Georgia came down to maybe 54,000 votes or something along those lines, and there was a lot of controversy about some of the voting irregularities in Georgia.
Something she's talked about a lot.
Right.
So, meantime, California Attorney General Javier Becerra is going to give the Spanish response, but Senator Bernie Sanders is also going to deliver his own response. What message does that send? You're shaking your head, but let me start with you, Caitlin.
Well, Sanders has given his own responses the past couple of years, so it's nothing new that he's trying to do here, and he technically is still an independent. He hasn't officially joined the Democratic Party, but I think tonight, you know, Democrats do want to focus on Stacey Abrams because they think that she is representative of the party right now. And it's also really interesting to see Democrats elevate her because there has been talk a lot about people like Beto O'Rourke and others who lost their elections. They have been talked about as potential 2020 candidates, and there has been some concern within the party about why aren't we talking about Stacey Abrams as well on that same level. So I think Democrats do really want to focus on Abrams tonight.
So, Antoine, I want you to weigh in on that, but also the fact that Senator Kamala Harris is also going to be giving remarks prior to the State of the Union. First of all, what's your take on that? What purpose does that actually serve?
Well, I think Senator Harris, in her own right, represents too the future of our party. Obviously, her candidacy for president is part of the reason why she's probably giving her remarks. But as a senator, as a sitting senator, and someone who's fought tooth and nails with Donald Trump along the way, I don't feel like this is a slap in the face to Stacey Abrams. However, on the flip side, Bernie Sanders, is the independent senator from Vermont, is not the future of the Democratic Party. There's a reason why Schumer and Pelosi chose Stacey. She represents where we are, and she also represents the most loyal voting bloc in our party. Election after election, black women have proven themselves to be the thing that get us across the finish line. And so what I see from Bernie Sanders, who, by the way, has consistently had an African-American problem, what I see from him is really him digging himself a deeper hole as he prepares himself to possibly run for president in 2020. And when he comes to South Carolina, God's country, I can only imagine what African-American women are going to say when, for the first time ever, we have a black woman delivering a response in what I call the fierce urgency of now moment that our country is facing.
Gabe, let me ask you, this is the first State of the Union address that President Trump is going to give since you had Democrats starting to declare their bids for office. Does that change anything in the way that the president actually delivers the address?
Well, it's certainly going to be more awkward in the room because you're going to have a bunch of them staring right back at
awkward,
him. Yeah. But this happens, every 4 years or so. Yeah. There's almost always a senator from the opposing party running. Obviously, that didn't happen with President Obama in his second term. But the point being here that yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable for President Trump, but there's no doubt that this is, at the end of the day, a political speech. We've heard all the previews saying he's going to call for bipartisanship and put an end to political bickering. Let's just say that's completely laughable at this point, because not only is there a 2020 election going on right now, but that's just not the way that the government has been run for the last X number of years. But yes, it's going to be uncomfortable, and I wouldn't be surprised if the cameras linger on these folks a little bit more, whether it's the senators or the members of Congress. But he's not going to call them out in person if past is any prologue here. Obviously, it's dangerous to say that with this president.
Antoine's not so sure. He's a little skeptical. Okay, yeah. You think there could be a moment like that?
Listen, Donald Trump,
unscripted?
Donald Trump is so unpredictable. Who knows what may come out of his mouth? I mean, his own staff cannot control him. I don't think Donald Trump can control Donald Trump. I think he's proven that over time.
Well, we'll see if he does go off script. But Linda, let me ask you, if you're a 2020 presidential hopeful, what are you going to be listening for in the president's remarks tonight?
I think you're going to be listening for any fallacies that he may present to the world and be ready to fact check them very, very quickly. I mean, I think we've seen some of the leaked briefings and whatnot show that he's certainly going to talk about immigration. He's going to talk about infrastructure, and he's going to talk about prescription drug prices, among other things. And so all of the Democratic candidates that have already declared or are weighing the options are going to want to have their statements ready on all those things.
All right. I'm being told we have to thank. Is that right? Okay, let's go ahead and thank everyone. Thanks to all of you. Much more to discuss later tonight. Last month, the Senate Intelligence Committee hit the 2-year mark in its own investigation into Russian election interference. Only a few small conclusions have been made public, but in a rare interview, Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Republican Richard Burr of North Carolina gave our Olivia Gazis a look into the investigation's progress. And Olivia joins me now from Washington. She's a CBS News intelligence reporter. Olivia, this is really fascinating. We don't often hear from Senator Burr. What did he have to say about why the investigation is taking so long?
It's true, Elaine. He doesn't speak out often, but I sat down with him for over an hour late last week. And let me just say that what becomes immediately clear is that it's absolutely not his preference to have this investigation be stretching into its second year. He said if it were up to him, he'd be done tomorrow. But of course, he doesn't really have that option, because what he also said, and I think that this is something that the Democratic Vice Chairman, Mark Warner, would agree with too, is that the committee is piecing together a story that is really far bigger than what happened in the 2016 election. Burr said that some of the counterintelligence concerns that his team had unearthed there were going to keep the committee occupied for decades, that Russia and maybe other actors did something that was far more coordinated and far more organized than we know at the moment. And there were times in our conversation where, at least in my judgment, he seemed honestly floored by how expansive and interconnected this web of players had become. He said the investigation spanned continents beyond Russia, and that his investigators have interviewed more than 200 people, reviewed more than 300,000 documents. And although he said that the committee is at a stage now where no new questions were being raised, he still would not rule out that a new person of interest could pop up and prolong the investigation even further. So while he expects and he hopes to finish as soon as possible, he was definitely reluctant to offer a definitive timeline.
Well, did Senator Burr say if there'll be a judgment on collusion by the committee?
So this is an interesting question because, of course, it's hard to know how the committee is going to present its findings if it hasn't arrived at them yet. And I think both he and Warner are grappling with what it's best to do. But what the chairman told me was that what the committee thinks, what its members think, shouldn't really be paramount here. What he wants to do is arrive at a set of facts, to set those before the American people and say, you decide whether you believe that these behaviors constitute collusion. Now, I asked him how that can possibly be helpful if the country already seems divided on that very question. But what he said is that he's aiming at the 60% of Americans who aren't firmly lodged in pro or anti-Trump camps. And those are the people he's hoping he can help arrive at their own conclusions. Whether that 60% is even going to be satisfied with a report that doesn't include an evaluative judgment on that very crucial issue from the people who have worked on it for over 2 years, I think that's an open question.
Well, what about Senator Burr personally? Does he feel as though the Senate has enough evidence to make a case for collusion with the Russian government?
This is exactly why we seem to be at something of a fascinating juncture, because what Senator Burr told me is that today, if we write a report today based on the facts that we have, then we don't have anything that would suggest there was collusion by the Trump campaign and Russia. And this was a more forceful version of what he had said in September when he said that the committee had uncovered no hard evidence of collusion. But of course, if you'll recall, last month, Vice Chairman Warner said that absolutely the revelation that Paul Manafort was sharing polling data with a former business associate known to have ties to Russia was absolutely an indication of collusion. It was the closest thing to collusion that we've seen publicly. He tweeted about it. My question is, what did the president know about Mr. Manafort's collusion with Russian intelligence, and when did he know it? So if anyone is waiting for a unified, apolitical, conclusive value judgment of what the sum total of the Trump campaign's interactions amounted to, It may, but it probably won't come from this committee. We may get the most extensive, detailed, footnoted chronology of what happened, but in terms of drawing our own conclusions, that's what will have to happen. And I should just say that I'll have much more of that in a piece coming out this week on CBSNews.com.
All right, we look forward to that. Really remarkable to hear the thoughts of Senator Burr at this moment. Olivia Gazis in Washington, we do look forward to more of your reporting later this week. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Elaine.
Coming up, with another presidential election getting underway, are we better prepared for foreign interference? That's next. You're streaming Red and Blue.
This is fascinating.
This is very important.
This is extraordinary.
This is welcome news. This is just one of the facilities where migrants are sent.
This is tragedy on top of tragedy.
This is a life-threatening storm.
This is serious.
This is a very big day for us.
This is a masterpiece.
This is the kind of warm island welcome they're getting.
Wow. This is pretty spectacular. This is important to point out.
This is starting a conversation in every household.
Despite his own intelligence community warning about Russia's ability to interfere in our elections, President Trump has been criticized for not taking the issue seriously enough. With the first nominating contest just about a year away, election security has been on the minds of both voters and lawmakers. Joining me now to discuss this is CNET senior producer Dan Patterson and CBS News contributor and Wired editor-in-chief Nick Thompson. Welcome to you both. Dan, let me start with you. How do you think Congress and the Trump administration have dealt with this issue of election interference, and are they doing enough ahead of 2020?
Elaine, if there's one thing that we are not going to hear about tonight, but should, it is cyber defense. Not just our infrastructure and the actual holes that can exist in code and hardware, but also influence campaigns that exist on social media platforms like Facebook. Everything and everyone that we speak with says that some sort of data privacy regulation is on the horizon. We need to know what shape this will take in the future.
So what about that, Nick? I mean, how has the relationship between Washington and Silicon Valley changed in the last year or so?
Well, there are a couple of issues there, but the relationship between Washington and Silicon Valley has become very adversarial because Washington no longer likes Silicon Valley, and they used to love Silicon Valley. And when Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg came, they were feted. Everybody wanted to be with them because they were so cool. And now everybody wants to slam them with the biggest sledgehammer they can find. So that relationship has totally changed.
And so in the wake of that, you've seen now some willingness on the part of people to go ahead and regulate. You had these hearings, as you talked about. President Trump, Dan, has signaled a willingness to regulate the tech industry. And here's what he told Axios about this topic last fall. Let's listen.
Would you ever break them up?
They were talking about this years ago. You know, they were actually talking about this same subject, monopoly, years ago, long before I was in office.
Do you think you'll be the man to do it?
In fact, a lot of people thought it was going to happen, and then I guess a previous administration stopped it from happening.
But you're in charge now.
I'm in charge. I am definitely in charge, and we are certainly looking at it.
All right, so Dan, let me ask you first. I mean, how likely are regulatory steps from this administration?
From the administration is almost anyone's guess. From Congress, I think it's pretty likely that we will see something shape up in the next, say, 12 to 18 months. But really, the shape of that regulation could be decided by what happens in California, who are introducing their own data privacy laws, and will be influenced by the GDPR that we saw the EU institute last year.
How complex is this, though, Nick, for lawmakers as they try to, as we saw in some of these hearings, grapple with what the technology actually is in the first place?
Right. So it's going to be extremely hard for them, both because the technology is complex and because the issues at stake are complex. So when you talk about regulation, there's a broad swath of stuff, right? You could have legislative, solutions arguing for more transparency into tech companies, arguing for public education. That all is fine, relatively easy to do. You can mandate transparency in a way that kind of everybody would agree with. Then you have privacy regulation. That's pretty hard. Do you follow Europe? Do you follow California? Do you do something even more intense? Probably we will have debates about that, but we won't actually have any laws. Then there's the most complex of all, which is antitrust legislation, which would be to break up the most innovative and successful part of the American economy, because right now you feel like A, you don't like them, or B, because of the way it's structured, you're having less innovation than you would have otherwise. That is super complex, and is my personal view that were we to do that, we would probably screw everything up. So we have a whole range of options, from simple things we probably can do with a little bipartisanship and a little good thought, to hard things like privacy that maybe we could pull off if our government really got its act together, and then like really complex things that will almost certainly mess up if we try to do them, and we'll see if that happens.
All right, we'll continue to watch it. Dan Patterson and Nick Thompson, thanks to you both.
Thanks, Lynn.
Our State of the Union coverage continues after a short break with updates from Capitol Hill and the White House. Plus, we'll look at where things stand between the president and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. You're streaming CBSN.
I feel an incredible responsibility to be in the moderator position because people are overwhelmed by opinion right now. They are not necessarily always getting the kind of trusted, calm, contextualized analysis that we try to put on this program. This is moderating what a difficult place we are in our country, where often we can't have conversations. We have one on this show each week. We will tell you on Face the Nation what's important, we'll tell you why, and we will have the decision makers who are changing the country you're living in.
This is fascinating.
This is very important.
This is extraordinary.
This is welcome news.
This is just one of the facilities where migrants are sent.
This is tragedy on top of tragedy.
This is a life-threatening storm. This is serious.
This is a very big day for us.
This is a masterpiece.
This is the kind of warm island welcome they're getting.
Wow. This is pretty spectacular.
This is important to point out.
This is starting a conversation in every household.
This is just one of the homes overtaken by mud. Get out of here, go! This is exactly what fire crews were afraid of. This is what many people are coming back to. This is where we will ride out the storm. This is one of the flashpoints right now situated in the...
This is a dangerous area.
This is what first responders are having to get around.
This is the most active eruption.
This
is the CBS Evening News.
The President of the United States.
Tonight, President Trump's second State of the Union before his first divided Congress, facing Democrats with impeachment on their minds and 2020 in their sights.
He chooses to divide us, community by community.
The chant now should be finish the wall as opposed to build the wall, because we're building a lot of wall.
The president's signature campaign promise now at a crossroads.
A wall is an immorality. It's not who we are as a nation.
With another shutdown looming, will the president set the stage for a national emergency?
Listen closely to the State of the Union. I think you'll find it very exciting.
And hanging over the Capitol tonight,
So far, this thing's been a total witch hunt.
the darkening cloud from Bob Mueller's Russia investigation. Will President Trump borrow from a past playbook?
1 year of Watergate is enough.
And how will Democrats respond?
She's an incredible leader.
As the weight of the party rests on the shoulders of a rising star who seeks to come back from political defeat.
I promise you, we will get it done.
It's the State of the Union on CBSN. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano, along with our all-star panel of CBS News and CBSN political contributors. President Trump will address a divided Congress in just a few hours and will call for unity. It was supposed to happen a week ago, but Mr. Trump agreed to postpone his speech at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's request because of the partial government shutdown. The president will lay out his priorities for the year, but getting that agenda done will be harder now that Democrats control the House. Let's check in with our Nicole Killion on Capitol Hill. Nicole, what are you hearing from lawmakers ahead of tonight's speech?
Well, listen, I think, lawmakers are anticipating what President Trump will say tonight. Just a short time ago, we had a chance to speak with House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, the number 2 Democrat in the House. Here's what he had to say about his expectations.
What I want to hear from the president is not necessarily my expectation based upon experience, but what I want to hear from the president is what the White House has been telling us it's going to be, and that is a speech that tries to bring people together, not be divisive, not be confrontational, but encourage cooperative efforts to reach solutions to problems that confront our country. And that's what I'd like to hear, and I hope to hear. But it has not been my experience in the past.
And, of course, speaking of that experience, I asked Leader Hoyer specifically about whether or not he could enter this speech with an open mind, considering one of the last times he saw the president was when the president walked out of those shutdown negotiations a couple of weeks ago. And he said, look, I don't know. And I think that really kind of underscores overall the tough sell that the president may have tonight with his message, especially among Democrats with this theme of unity and unification. There's still a lot of raw feelings, a lot of raw nerves from the longest government shutdown in history. That still, there's no clear resolution as of yet, as we kind of await to see what comes out of this conference committee of congressional members who are trying to come up with a resolution. But that being said, certainly the president will have a big sales job tonight.
All right, Nicole Killion, thank you so much, Nicole. Let's bring in our panelists. Linda Tran is CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Leslie Sanchez is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. And Nick Thompson is a CBS News contributor and editor-in-chief at Wired. Welcome to you all. Caitlin, let me start with you. Is there anything that the president might push for that Democrats could possibly get behind?
Well, possibly the idea of fixing prescription drug prices, which is something you hear over and over again, at least in the midterm election from voters, as a bipartisan issue, a place that all sides kind of want to get these costs down. But how to do it remains a really open question. Also, of course, on infrastructure, again, how to do it remains a very open question with stark divides on policy. But I think Nicole alluded to this, and I think it's really important that after the government shutdown especially, Democrats don't anticipate that the president will be where he stands on one day to the next. So they don't see him as a reliable negotiating partner. And they also feel pretty emboldened after the shutdown because they were able to hold their ground and get the president to cave in on the border wall funding. And so the two parties are at odds. And as you mentioned, we're in the beginning stages of a presidential primary, at least on the Democratic side. So, they don't have the same interests at this point.
So, Linda, how much of a risk is it for a Democrat to go ahead and support parts of President Trump's agenda, given what Caitlin just laid out?
I mean, I think it's highly unlikely, because of all the reasons that Caitlin just laid out, that any Democrat is going to be standing on the side of Donald Trump. But beyond the politics of the moment, the largest problem he faces is that thing that Nancy Pelosi said just a few weeks ago. We need to start with a baseline set of facts and agree that the world is a certain way to begin with before we can start talking about what the potential solutions are. It's one of the reasons why negotiating with him is totally slippery. It's his worldview is just not in line with what the facts actually demonstrate. And we're talking about prescription drug prices or infrastructure. There are real numbers that we should be starting from if we're going to try to get to a better place.
Leslie, let me ask you, the president is going to be trying to strike this tone of unity tonight. Is that a message that's just aimed at Democrats or perhaps at Republicans as we approach 2020?
It's a shrewd question, Elaine.
Yes, well, we try.
It's very necessary. It actually is, because we saw this week that there were legitimate efforts made to tap down any kind of idea of challenging the president in 2020, and they were talking to party leaders about that. This is one of those things that can be great or a missed opportunity. It's great if you can push an agenda so firmly that redirects the conversation around a set of ideas like Caitlin's talking about that people have agreed to in the past. Why wouldn't they agree to them now? And that's what we'll be talking about tomorrow. If that doesn't happen, then it's a lot like what we said before. It's this big speech. Kind of gets a lot of bluster, but no meaningful traction. And that's what we're looking for. And what they should be talking about, and, we heard on this panel earlier, is these strong job numbers and the strong economic growth, because that's the movement and the agenda we want to be moving into 2020, rather than talking about, closing the government again.
Nick, on the prospect of election interference, the Justice Department and Department of Homeland Security announced today that there's no evidence to date of any foreign interference in the 2018 midterm elections. Do you expect the president to talk much about this tonight?
Definitely not. I mean, the president, the last thing in the world he wants to talk about is election interference, because he doesn't believe it happens, and he knows that the people who do believe it happened helped him get elected, and he likes to talk about how he got elected by virtue of his own virtues. So he won't talk about that.
But given what we know has already taken place and what the intelligence community has found happened in 2016, do you think that's something that really does need to be addressed?
Oh, absolutely. It needs to be addressed. I think if we had a rational, bipartisan, functional, open, 52 weeks a year government, you could address it on a government level. But what is happening is it is being addressed on the tech company level, which is where you actually can make progress. And the number of people Facebook has hired, their efforts in artificial intelligence to identify election interference before it happens, the number of teams they have open, efforts in the media to identify this. We were all blindsided in 2016. People weren't looking for it. I think one of the reasons we saw a lot less in 2018 is because people are much more aware, and the tech companies are acting, even if our government is not.
How much of tonight's address, Caitlin, do you think is going to be along the contours of what we might see from the president's campaign here as we get closer to 2020?
Absolutely. I think that's a really good way to look at it. Not only will you have his challengers in the crowd looking at Cory Booker, Kirsten Gillibrand, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren. These are Democratic senators who are already engaged in a primary to take Donald Trump on. But the president here, as we've mentioned, it's his first address to divided government. It's the beginning of his re-election campaign. I think that's the way we kind of have to look at it, because he's going to be talking about the State of the Union that he sees, his vision, not only for the country, but his accounting of what he believes to be his administration's successes. So in some ways, you can look at this as kind of the opening pitch for his own reelection, and you'll see the response from Democrats. And you're going to see, this really sets the ground for the 2020 campaign. You're going to have the president with one vision and Democrats with a very different vision of the same country.
You go ahead. You want to say something?
Question, or ask you for the three of you. So I watched Trump's State of the Union speech from last night. And you know what he does? He talks about prescription drug prices. He talks about the great economy. He talks about an immigration reform bill. He's totally bipartisan. And then it all went away. We didn't really have any progress on any of those issues. And in fact, 2 days later, he was hate tweeting the Democrats. So is this just going to be Groundhog Day?
I think many people believe that's true, but I don't think we're going to wait 2 days.
You think he's going to start hate tweeting tomorrow?
Hate tweet instantaneously.
The night is young, Nick.
Because I do want him to do all the things you're saying. I want bipartisan.
Well, I think that's the open question, right? I mean, is what happens after, if this rhetoric, in fact, is sort of as scripted, right, as we saw took place last year, what will actually come from his Twitter feed, in the 24 hours afterwards, and what actual policy decisions will be made?
Right, but it's not just the president. I mean, you got to look at, this is the hour of contempt, with the Democrats. How much eye rolling, it's like a bad relationship in there, in terms of how they're communicating with each other. They're not. And that's why bridging that and having some sense of rising to a higher effort, that's what the State of the Unions are about, is the sense of unity for a bigger calling. That list is getting much smaller. It was easier in the past when we were talking about national security, when we were talking about the state of our union is stronger, even though it's under threat. There were collective ideas that we understood and values. It's so different now, despite the fact we have a strong economy and there's a lot of things we should agree on. So you can't argue the president has disrupted that dynamic. And I think until we get through some of these rough spots, we're going to fundamentally see where these issues land.
The problem, though, is he's always going to have a credibility problem. In his first 2 years, he had the opportunity to potentially make progress, I think, in the areas of infrastructure, prescription drug pricing, maybe, something for the dreamers, and all of those things that you see a lot of bipartisan agreement around. However, he can't stick to the facts of the real world, and he has now shown himself to be just so slippery when it comes to negotiating. There's not a lot of impetus for Democrats to come to the table.
But do you think that he's fundamentally incapable of change, or do you think that there's so much water under the bridge at this point that even if he did change, the Democrats wouldn't accept it?
I think it's both.
Back to the relationship metaphor. Can they get back together again if he behaves differently?
Not without a whole lot of therapy. No, we spent all of the 2016 cycle waiting for him to pivot to being presidential. We now know that's never going to happen. We've now spent the last 2 years trying to get to a place where he is going to, negotiate in good faith, and that hasn't happened. And so there's just not a lot of reason to hope.
So I want to shift gears, because as you all have been speaking, I've just got an email about Beto O'Rourke, a Democrat. So apparently during an interview with Oprah Winfrey in Times Square today, Beto O'Rourke told audience members, according to those who were in attendance, that he would make a decision about running for president by the end of the month. Linda, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I've been hearing from insiders that he is, in fact, really, truly grappling with whether it makes sense to step forward. And there are a whole lot of factors that come into play. It's the fact that his family has gone through 2 years of grueling campaign time as he was running for Senate. It's the grief that comes out of having lost, but then he also feels a sense of responsibility in this moment, just as so many others who've stepped forward into the presidential fray feel like there needs to be something done. And so I think he's really doing a lot of soul searching, and if he says it's going to be the end of the month, I believe him.
What would his lane be?
Well, what's interesting is that he hasn't cleared the field. Nobody has, not even Joe Biden, who's been running for politics in politics as long as I've been alive. What's really interesting about O'Rourke, though, was he was such a star last year because he was taking on Ted Cruz, who few people besides Donald Trump can unite the Democratic Party better than Ted Cruz. So that was kind of a different kind of game there. Right now, you have several candidates already in, others who are building out campaigns already. Cory Booker is going to be in Iowa this weekend. Everybody else is around all these early states. And so there's been more scrutiny applied to Beto O'Rourke on policy as he waits this out. So whether that's kind of building pressure. But sitting down with Oprah, who's immensely popular. I was in Times Square today talking to people outside. They were there to see Oprah. Not many of them knew who Beto O'Rourke was. No, I found a couple, but mostly were there to see Oprah and other celebrities. So that platform alone could be a significant boost.
Did Beto ask Oprah if she was running?
That would have made me.
They could be potential 2020 rivals right there.
All right, my thanks to you all. And we are going to take a quick break. More coverage ahead of the President's State of the Union address right here on CBSN. Stay with us.
This is extraordinary. This is important.
This is historic.
This is
what they have to contend with.
This is some of the worst of Florence.
This is bigger, though, than opening up the borders.
This has altered your life.
This is what it's like covering a story here in China.
This is just one of the homes overtaken by mud. Get out of here, go! This is exactly what fire crews were afraid of.
This is a dangerous area.
This is what first responders are having to get around.
This is the most active eruption.
This
is where we will ride out the storm.
This is the CBS Evening News.
This is just one of the homes overtaken by mud. Get out of here, go! This is exactly what fire crews were afraid of. This is what many people are coming back to. This is where we will ride out the storm. This is one of the flashpoints right now situated in the...
This is a dangerous area.
This is what first responders are having to get around.
This is the most active eruption.
This is the CBS Evening News.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Go on.
You know who I am?
What does it say on that gravestone?
Here lies the oldest man that ever lived, actually.
The women in your life.
Apparently, women just don't like me very much.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
This is the scene in Tijuana today. Earlier, hundreds in the...
You used to live in the U.S.
Yes.
By all intents and purposes, you were an American.
Yeah.
Rafa has a young son. He wants to see him grow up in the U.S. like he did.
We were alerted to yet another shooting here.
I got shot with a .38.
You afraid of Jacob getting shot?
Yeah. As a parent, I'll do whatever it takes to get my son to the next step.
This is all North Korean art.
Oh, North Korean.
Weren't you effectively lining the pockets of the North Korean regime?
No.
All North Korean art is produced by a government arm called Mansudae, now being scrutinized as an important financial pipeline.
没有理由的，而且是这个是我的私有财产，而且这个是艺术品。That sanctions have never worked.
But no regime has oppressed its own citizens more totally or brutally than the cruel dictatorship in North Korea. North Korea's reckless pursuit of nuclear missiles could very soon threaten our homeland. We are waging a campaign of maximum pressure to prevent that from ever happening.
That was President Trump discussing the threat North Korea poses during last year's State of the Union address. But that came 5 months before the president met with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, during a summit in Singapore. Now they're getting ready to do it again. On Wednesday, representatives from the U.S. and North Korea will begin preparing for a second summit between Kim Jong-un and the president later this month. The focus will be on denuclearization, something North Korea has been hesitant to do. Over the last year, the president and his Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, have claimed the North has taken steps toward denuclearization. But speaking before the Senate Intelligence Committee, Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats said North Korea remains a threat.
We currently assess that North Korea will seek to retain its WMD capabilities and is unlikely to completely give up its nuclear weapons and production capabilities because its leaders ultimately view nuclear weapons as critical to regime survival.
I want to bring in Gordon Chang. He's the author of Nuclear Showdown: North Korea Takes on the World. Gordon, thanks so much for being here. I think the central question before we delve into this year is, last year, what was actually accomplished in that summit between the United States and North Korea?
Well, for Kim Jong-un, they accomplished a lot. First of all, he was able to stall longer. Also, he got legitimization, and that was really important to buttress his rule back home. So for Kim Jong-un, Singapore was a clear win. For Donald Trump, not so much, because the North Koreans since then have been building up their facilities to launch missiles, to actually upgrade their facility at Yongbin, the nuclear complex, and they've been increasing the production of fissile material, uranium and plutonium. So we have not really advanced at all. We've gone backwards, actually, Elaine.
That's alarming to hear. We just heard the Director of National Intelligence, Dan Coats, and here's how the president responded in an interview with Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Let's listen to that.
Your intelligence chief testified this week that Kim Jong-un is still very unlikely to give up his nuclear weapons program.
That's what the intelligence chief thinks. And I think there's a good possibility of that, too. But there's also a very good chance that we will make a deal.
I mean, is it clear, Gordon, why the president is so confident that there will be a deal?
Well, I think what he's trying to do is create this environment for Kim Jong-un to feel secure enough to give up his weapons. And, you know, that conversation between President Trump and Dan Coats is an important one, because they're talking about North Korea being unlikely to give up their weapons, and they're talking about North Korean intentions. Well, yes, North Korean intentions are important, but much more important is the attitude of the U.S. president. Will the U.S. president use American leverage to get the North Koreans to a point where they have no choice but to give up their nukes? And we can do that because we have not been vigorously enforcing sanctions since the June summit. And because of that, you have the Russians, the Chinese, the South Koreans, and of course the North Koreans violating sanctions. So of course Kim Jong-un is unlikely to give up his weapons. But this is not a Kim question. This is a Trump question.
So there's one claim that the president has repeatedly made when it comes to North Korea. Let's listen to that.
When I came in, people thought we were probably going to war with North Korea. Before I was elected, everybody assumed we were going to war. It would be a vicious war. Prior to becoming president, it looked like we were going to war with North Korea. When I came in, or let's say at the end of the last administration, frankly, it looked like we were going to war with North Korea.
If you remember, before I became president, it looked like we were going to war with North Korea.
All right, so Gordon, what's the reality? What do the facts actually tell us? Was the United States on the verge of war with North Korea during the Obama administration? Are we any closer to war now?
No, I think that certainly Trump was wrong on that, because at the end of the Obama administration, they had just sort of said to North Korea, look, we're not going to deal with you. We're just going to forget about you. And that really was the policy after the failed Leap Day deal in 2012. So we weren't going to go to war with North Korea at the end of the Obama second term, and that is wrong. But the point is, Trump deserves maybe a lot of criticism for his North Korea policy, but the one thing he has done is he's not let it slip. And unfortunately, when you look at previous presidents, they've just tried to let it slip because it was too difficult.
So when you look at a second summit, what is it that actually needs to be accomplished for the U.S. to look at this and for the president to be able to claim a victory or a win with the deal?
I think that he needs two things from this summit, which he's not going to get. He needs, first of all, a list of North Korea's missile and nuke facilities. Second of all, he needs a timetable for disarmament. The North Koreans have been obstinate on those, and so I don't think he's going to get them. And what you're going to have is sort of the nice optics again. You're going to have a lot of conversation. You're going to have friendly words on the part of the North Koreans and the Americans, but we're not going to really advance disarming the North Koreans. So I don't think we should have this second summit until there's a lot more commitments and progress on the part of the North Koreans to actually do what they said they would do in June of last year.
All right, Gordon Chang, thank you so much. Coming up, the president calls it a witch hunt. Democrats call it vital to the nation. Ahead, we'll take a look at Bob Mueller's Russia probe and where it'll go from here when CBSN's State of the Union coverage continues.
I would like to add a personal word with regard to an issue that has been of great concern to all Americans over the past year. I refer, of course, to the investigations of the so-called Watergate affair. As you know, I have provided to the special prosecutor voluntarily a great deal of material. I believe that I have provided all the material that he needs to conclude his investigations and to proceed to prosecute the guilty and to clear the innocent. I believe the time has come to bring that investigation and the other investigations of this matter to an end. 1 year of Watergate is enough.
That was President Richard Nixon during his 1974 State of the Union address, which was delivered less than a year into Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox's investigation into the Watergate scandal. Nixon would later resign the presidency, facing the threat of impeachment by the House and conviction in the Senate. It would come after a number of the president's aides were indicted for conspiring to hinder the investigation. 45 years later, former Nixon campaign employee Roger Stone found himself in the crosshairs of another special counsel's investigation. Earlier this month, Stone became the latest Trump associate to be indicted by Robert Mueller. According to investigators, Stone shared information with the Trump campaign about leaked Democratic Party emails. Information from those emails was reportedly released during the 2016 presidential campaign in an attempt to damage the candidacy of Hillary Clinton. But in a recent interview with Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, President Trump appeared to distance himself from Stone and reiterated his claims that Robert Mueller's investigation is a witch hunt.
First of all, Roger Stone didn't work on the campaign, except way at the beginning, long before we're talking about. Roger is somebody that I've always liked, but a lot of people liked Roger. Some people probably don't like Roger, but Roger Stone's somebody I've always liked. I mean, Roger's a character. But Roger was not, I don't know if you know this or not, Roger wasn't on my campaign, except way at the beginning. Right. So it's all, and yet you will ask me a question like that. Wasn't involved in my campaign. Okay. So far, this thing's been a total witch hunt, and it doesn't implicate me in any way. There was no collusion, there was no obstruction, there was no nothing. Doesn't implicate me in any way, but I think it's a disgrace.
Let's bring in CBS News Washington correspondent Paula Reed, CBSN legal contributor and former assistant U.S. attorney in New York's Eastern District, Keir Dugal, CBSN legal contributor and former assistant district attorney for the New York County District Attorney's Office, Rebecca Roiphe, and Nick Thompson. He's a CBS News contributor and the editor-in-chief of Wired. Welcome to you all. Before we get to the latest in the Mueller investigation, CBS News has obtained the subpoena for the presidential inaugural committee. Paula, what more do we know?
Well, right now I've been reading through the subpoena for the past few minutes, Elaine, and it's amazing. This is a sweeping subpoena. They want every chart, every graph, every document, every text message related to the inaugural committee. They want to know how this committee raised $107 million and how they spent it. Now, specifically in this subpoena, they are looking for any information about foreign donations. They're especially interested in that because it's illegal for foreign entities to contribute to inaugural funds, and they are also looking at whether or not any foreign entities tried to gain favor or even leverage over the incoming administration through generous donations. So as the Russia investigation is sort of wrapping up, these other investigations are clearly, by the looks of this subpoena, heating up.
So given those details, Rebecca and Keir, Rebecca, let me start with you. What do you make of this subpoena?
I think it's a pretty big deal. It pretty much confirms what people have been saying, that even when the Mueller investigation wraps up, Donald Trump faces a fairly serious investigation from the Southern District of New York. Michael Cohen has been cooperating with prosecutors there. The number of crimes that they're looking into is huge, and you know, this is a big question. Where did this money come from? Where did it go? And you know, how is it possible that there were so few events and such a massive amount of money spent?
Keir, what do you think?
So we already know that there are concerns about an individual named Sam Patten who used a straw purchaser to funnel money to buy tickets from Russian-related folks to get tickets for this inaugural. The subpoena itself, it says that they're investigating fraud and money laundering. With that much money running through an inaugural committee, there are potentially really big concerns over what happened.
Turning back to the Mueller investigation, Paula, where is that investigation at this point?
Well, according to Acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker, the investigation is wrapping up. Now, he oversees currently the investigation. If he is still in office, he's the one who will receive Mueller's final report. He has the final say over any charges that are brought as long as he's in office. But Elaine, there are other indications to corroborate his assessment that this is all wrapping up. In fact, if you look at the prosecution of Roger Stone, you see that from the beginning of this case, the special counsel is working with prosecutors from the U.S. Attorney's Office. That is significant because that's the first time we've seen the special counsel bring a case in that manner. And if the special counsel's office wraps up and winds down, it would be easy for them to pass off the Roger Stone case to the U.S. attorneys to carry to its conclusion. So there are several indications that while there's still a little bit more that we do expect will happen in this investigation, based on some activity we've seen with the grand jury, it does appear that Acting Attorney General Whitaker is correct that this may be wrapping up.
So, Nick, what have we learned from the amount of data that the special counsel's investigators have actually collected here?
Well, they've collected a crazy amount of data, which is why it's been this all-consuming national drama for the last 2 years, and with 300 interconnected storylines, all kinds of characters. But the central bit of the data is it showed an extraordinary effort by the Russians to influence our election. And Mueller's documents on how the Russians operated, and he only has published a portion of what we know. He's basically taken one half of the Russian investigation, the GRU investigations, but not the FSB operations, and published what we know. So learning all of that has been extraordinary. The other thing I'll say, what we've learned from the data, the Trump people are really bad at protecting their devices. Like Paul Manafort doesn't know how to use track changes. He doesn't know how to redact documents. He used Bond 007 on all of his passwords. You know, Roger Stone let his WhatsApp communications be busted, and that's end-to-end encrypted. That's kind of hard to mess that up. So that's
we're not the most secure.
Just another side thing, which is added. That's partly why we have so much information.
Right. Right. So, Keir, what are some of the big open questions that Bob Mueller has to answer, do you think, before he can end this investigation?
So Nick just got at a bunch of them. So there are a bunch of transcripts in the Congress of witnesses that I think Mr. Mueller is going to be very interested in. There is a search that was executed in connection with Roger Stone's arrest, and so there are all those devices that he's going to want to look at. So that's just a large amount of material. Plus, we don't know. We haven't sort of put this thing together end to end. We know that the Russians were putting stuff out there, and we know that Roger Stone and perhaps others with the Trump campaign were gladly accepting it or wanting it, or seeking it. But we haven't bridged that gap, and we don't fully know yet what happened at the Trump Tower meeting, where there was an overt offer directly to active campaign officials. So I believe there's a lot of threads that are still hanging.
Well, Rebecca, how important is it for Mueller to answer the question about the scope here of Russian involvement in this hacking? How does he do that?
Well, I think it's very important. That's what everybody wants to know, which is, how has Russia done this and how was it received? I think it's a little bit concerning for Mueller because he has to be careful about national security, and so he wants to do it in such a way as he preserves whatever our strategy is, so that we can continue to use it.
So on that point, Paula, how much of Mueller's final report will actually be made public here?
Probably not enough to satisfy House Democrats. They have said anything short of the full report will prompt them likely to issue subpoenas for the report or special counsel Robert Mueller. But ultimately, it is up to the Attorney General. If it's Acting Attorney General Whitaker who receives this report, he makes the decision. But it is more likely that it will be Attorney General nominee William Barr. And he has given us some insight into how much he intends to release. During his confirmation hearings, he said that he wants to be as transparent as possible. But Elaine, the law does not require him to release anything in this report. So what we can likely expect is that he will either release his own summary or release a redacted version of the report, because much of this report will likely be confidential information. evidence that did not necessarily support criminal charges, but was gathered in the course of this investigation. And traditionally, confidential information like that is held pretty closely within the Justice Department. And Barr has signaled that he intends to protect that confidential information. So I do expect a summary, but again, House Democrats will not settle for anything less than the full report. So unless they release the full report, it is likely that the report and or the special counsel will be subpoenaed.
And Paula, you know as well as anyone, the president has used the term witch hunt over and over again to describe this investigation. It would seem unlikely that the president's going to raise this tonight.
Yes, I would be very surprised. By raising it in this platform, you give this more legitimacy and you call more attention to the fact that your campaign is under investigation. Now your inaugural committee is under investigation. Members of your administration are part of some of those investigations. And the president himself, while he tends to deny this, he is currently under investigation by the special counsel for possible obstruction of justice. And he is also potentially implicated in another criminal investigation in the Southern District of New York, where America Media Incorporated, the publisher of the National Enquirer, its CEO, and the president's former personal attorney have all suggested that the president may have violated campaign finance laws by coordinating an effort to pay hush money to women to keep quiet about their alleged affairs. So there just doesn't seem to be any incentive for the president to bring up the Mueller investigation or any of these other ones tonight. I
imagine, Nick, though, Democrats will certainly be thinking about it, or at least it will be looming over the president's State of the Union address, given that we now have House Democrats, the Democrats in charge in the House.
I honestly think that like 40% of the Democratic party wakes up and starts thinking about Robert Mueller and like goes to sleep thinking about Robert Mueller. So the fact that they'll be thinking about Robert Mueller tonight is like not that different. Okay. But yes.
Okay. All right. Paula Reed, Keir Dugal, Rebecca Roiphe, and Nick Thompson, my thanks to you all. Still ahead, he shall from time to time. We'll look back at the historic moments from past State of the Union speeches and how the event has changed over the years. But first, here's a moment of levity from President Clinton's 1994 State of the Union.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, members of the 103rd Congress, my fellow Americans, I'm not at all sure what speech is in the teleprompter tonight, but I hope we can talk about the State of the Union.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Go on.
You know who I am?
What does it say on that gravestone?
Here lies the oldest man that ever lived, actually.
The women in your life.
Apparently, women just don't like me very much.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
on CBS Sunday Morning.
This is extraordinary.
This is important.
This is an issue of national security.
This is sure to be a high-stakes hearing.
This is some of the worst of Florence.
This is home.
Yeah, this is home.
This is what they have to contend with.
This is bigger, though, than opening up the borders.
This is something that has altered your life.
This is a really big deal.
This is historic. This is what it's like covering a story here in China.
This.
This administration today, here and now, declares unconditional war on poverty in America.
I believe the time has come to bring that investigation and the other investigations of this matter to an end. 1 year of Watergate is enough.
The era of big government is over.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Those are just a few iconic moments from past State of the Union speeches. As we await President Trump's address tonight, we also want to look at the history of the speech and its importance. Joining me is presidential historian Larry Sabato. Larry is the director for the Center of Politics at the University of Virginia. He joins me from Charlottesville, Virginia. Michael Graham is a Republican strategist and CBSN political contributor, and Leslie Sanchez is a Republican strategist and CBS News contributor. Larry, I want to start with you. Can you talk about the influence and the importance traditionally of the State of the Union address?
Yes, the State of the Union address did not matter all that much until television. Certainly people in government read the report when it was sent, as it was for so many decades, in writing from the White House to Congress. But generally speaking, it wasn't a big moment in the year for American government, American politics, or even for the president and Congress. It became important in the age of television. I think there's no question that President Kennedy was the first to use it well. President Johnson didn't have the telegenic qualities of President Kennedy, but the substance was there, both the good substance about his domestic programs, the bad substance about Vietnam. And after that, Elaine, essentially, you had controversial events helping specific State of the Union addresses to be remembered. You just showed one with Richard Nixon announcing 1 year of Watergate is enough. He was desperate to bring it to a close, but of course, we know the State of the Union address had no effect on it whatsoever.
And Leslie and Michael, how have past presidents used the stage? Do you think the speech itself is as relevant as perhaps in past years, given that we have social media and this president in particular likes to use Twitter to directly reach out and speak to people?
I'll jump right in here, and I will tell you, and I've made the suggestion to the president in my social media, Mr. President, don't deliver the speech, tweet it. The first ever tweeted State of the Union. And obviously, I'm being somewhat not serious, but just as Larry was talking about how each president embraces the power of the media that's available, Trump is much better in a tweet than he is in a speech. And he really, I thought during the whole shutdown fight that might be a solution, you know, just have a long Twitter thread. It's all there. Go home. Thank you and good night.
The problem with that is it creates another Twitter fight. I would like to see the Democratic response to that by tweet. You know, we'd stop like 3 tweets.
All the hashtags.
And then people would be so mad at each other that they wouldn't even understand what was happening anymore.
But in this day and age, right, with the pomp and circumstance, and then you'll have this tableau of House Democrats and you'll have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi looking on. I think a lot of Americans will be very interested to see that dynamic.
Well, what we talk about is it used to be a 24-hour news cycle. Now it's a 2 to 4 second tweet cycle. So what you will see through Twitter tonight are all the eye rolls and the applause lines, and you know they're looking for those types of iconic moments that come out. But there are these broader brushstrokes and gestures that we're hoping the president can kind of really make a bigger impact or a bigger splash, whether it be a legislative policy, a broader immigration reform, which I'm hoping for, that he sets, which I know Mike will be like, no.
Not holding your breath. Not holding your breath.
You never know. You never know, But to change the conversation in that sense, that's where this echo chamber of Twitter and social media can really have an impact. But a lot of people feel that that's just a lot of noise and there's no signal. And so that's what we're really trying to see, if there's something left behind.
Larry, your take on the sort of relevance now of the State of the Union, given the fact that we do have social media and other ways for presidents to communicate.
Yes, actually, my mind is blown by that idea of having the whole speech tweeted.
Wow, look at you, Michael. You blew his mind.
People to do that. I bet that happens. But look, here's another way that the speech has changed, and it's not a good way. When I was growing up in the dark ages, really, Eisenhower, Kennedy, everyone watched the State of the Union, in part because it was roadblocked. It was on the only 3 networks that we had. But it didn't matter whether you were a Democrat or Republican or the president was a Democrat or Republican. You watched. There wasn't very much partisan difference. Increasingly, and this really accelerated during Bill Clinton's terms, and it's continued off and on, and has become pretty extreme in President Trump's term so far. You're having Republicans watch Republican presidents give a State of the Union address, and Democrats don't tune in, and then the reverse is also true. When Democratic presidents are in giving the State of the Union, Republicans disproportionately don't watch. So you talked about an echo chamber. The echo chamber is louder than ever for your party base, but the other party is watching something, some soap opera or South Park or something.
Yeah. All right. On that note, Larry Sabato, Michael Graham, Leslie Sanchez, thanks to you all.
They're watching Netflix and Amazon Prime. That's what they're watching, Larry. I trust me.
President Trump is expected to defend his economic policies tonight. He'll be appealing to Congress, which introduced a bipartisan effort last week to limit his power to impose tariffs. Lawmakers cited national security concerns as the White House continues to wage trade wars. Perhaps the biggest focus is on the U.S. relationship with China. Mr. Trump had this to say last week about a potential end to the escalating tensions.
When President Xi and I meet, we want to have it down so that we have certain points that we can discuss. And I would say agree to, but we're not quite at that stage yet. We want to make it comprehensive. We want to make a deal that we can look at and be proud of for many years, not where we have to go back and renegotiate or we left things out.
Let's bring in Alex Lawson. He's a senior reporter for Law 360, where he focuses on international trade. Thanks so much for joining us. The Trump administration has self-imposed a March 1st deadline to reach a trade deal with China. How likely is it an agreement can be reached by then?
Extremely unlikely. The Trump administration is negotiating with China on issues like China's intellectual property rules, rules that require U.S. companies to hand over sensitive technology as a condition of doing business there, agriculture barriers, goods and services barriers. These are things that administrations of both parties have been trying to solve for years, decades, some would even tell you. And the idea that a deal of that nature could come together within 90 days was never really realistic. Now, the White House has been trying to put a good face on this effort, and they're saying that they're moving in the right direction. But the idea of a profound breakthrough with China on these trade issues is pretty unlikely by March 1st.
Well, do we know if the president has any non-negotiables that might hinder the timeline?
Well, I mean, the U.S. is the one who is doing all of the negotiating right now. They're the ones who are demanding all these changes to China's rules. The Chinese don't seem to be asking very much at the negotiating table. And the United States has also said, I mean, they're just not going to do a half measure here. They're not going to consider some commitments to make changes later an actual agreement. They want these rules that they don't like removed, and they want them removed very quickly. But as I'm saying, very much easier said than done.
Well, back in 2017, you wrote that the president, quote, should play the long game in the China trade talks. What did you mean by that, and do you still feel that way?
Well, that wasn't, for the record, that wasn't me editorializing. That was sort of what a lot of the sort of policy wonk hive mind was saying at the time. And the idea was, you're much more likely to extract concessions from China just by doing so in a diplomatic sense. Having summits, talking about things that are bothering you, and sort of making piecemeal progress where you can. Instead, the president has decided to take a very aggressive tack. He spent much of the last year imposing tariffs on China. We're up to about $250 billion worth of goods that's covered by tariffs. And only now are they actually returning to the negotiating table to take that longer steps kind of approach. And the thing is that what has come this past year, all these tariffs that preceded this effort to talk, is very much hindering that negotiating effort right now, because it's very difficult to negotiate with somebody who has sort of imposed waves of tariffs upon you and is threatening more as sort of a sword of Damocles hanging over the entire thing. It makes it very difficult to negotiate that way.
Well, what political blowback has this administration received from the president's stance on trade?
Well, it's been certainly bipartisan. That much I can tell you. There's not much that Republicans and Democrats agree on these days, but Trump's trade policies have drawn a lot of blowback. Republicans, of course, are the party of free trade, and they are not happy with the way that these tariffs are beginning to manifest on price chains. It is always American consumers who pay the brunt of tariffs when they are put into effect. And Democrats are also playing a sort of local political game as well. They're looking out for the American consumer who's beginning to face steady price increases and things like that. So the blowback has been steady, and it's beginning to get a little louder, as you indicated. There are some legislative proposals that have begun to bubble up looking to check Trump on this trade authority.
Well, the trade wars have impacted American farmers. In July, the president announced an aid relief package for them. Let's listen to some of what he said then.
And our farmers are patriots. Remember that. Our farmers are patriots. And they're saying the president is doing the right thing. They say, I know it's going to be a little tough for a while, but he's doing the right thing, because everybody knows we've been ripped off for so long, and he's doing the right thing. These are incredible people. And we've given them a little help yesterday. We're giving them help.
So has the administration done enough to relieve the burden for farmers, and what could be done today to help them out more?
I think most of the sort of farming base would tell you he hasn't done enough. The aid package that he was referencing there is about $12 billion for sort of tariff relief. And that, like many government direct payment programs, has run into some procedural snags, a lot of red tape. Various corners of the farming constituency were saying they weren't receiving these payments on time or weren't receiving them at all. Then, of course, the government shut down for a month, as you may have heard about, and that kind of slammed the brakes on a whole other wave of things that were going on at USDA to try to get these payments out on time. In terms of what could happen today, this has been a pretty universal response from the farming community, which is, I'm paraphrasing a bit, but it's basically, giving us money to support the blowback from these tariffs you've imposed is a nice sentiment, but it would be a lot better if we were just able to lift these tariffs, try our best to open the Chinese market, keep our market open again, and everything can sort of keep flowing the way it was.
All right, Alex Lawson for us. Alex, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
We're just about 2 hours away from the president's speech. Much more State of the Union coverage is ahead, including a conversation with former Republican Senator Jeff Flake. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
President of the United States.
Tonight, President Trump's second State of the Union before his first divided Congress, facing Democrats with impeachment on their minds and 2020 in their sights.
He chooses to divide us, community by community.
The chant now should be finish the wall as opposed to build the wall, because we're building a lot of wall.
The president's signature campaign promise now at a crossroads.
A wall is an immorality. It's not who we are as a nation.
With another shutdown looming, will the president set the stage for a national emergency?
Listen closely to the State of the Union. I think you'll find it very exciting.
And hanging over the Capitol tonight,
so far this thing's been a total witch hunt.
The darkening cloud from Bob Mueller's Russia investigation. Will President Trump borrow from a past playbook?
1 year of Watergate is enough.
And how will Democrats respond?
She's an incredible leader.
As the weight of the party rests on the shoulders of a rising star who seeks to come back from political defeat.
I promise you, we will get it done.
It's the State of the Union on CBSN.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. We're at the beginning of President Trump's third year in office and another big week in Washington. The president is calling for bipartisanship in his first address to a divided Congress, delivering his message on the House floor that's now controlled by Democrats. After the president's State of the Union address tonight, House Democrats will launch headfirst into hearings on the president's tax returns, the administration's child separation policy, and gun violence. Congress also has just 10 days to come up with a deal to avoid another government shutdown. They're working on a compromise on the president's demand for a border wall. It's something Mr. Trump talked about in his speech to Congress last year, too. Jeff Flake has been in the House chamber for State of the Union addresses from 3 presidents. He represented Arizona in the House from 2001 to 2013 before moving to the Senate, where he was a vocal Republican critic of President Trump. Flake retired from the Senate earlier this year. Now he's a CBS News contributor, and he joins us now from Washington. Senator Flake, thanks so much for being with us. What do you want to hear from the president tonight?
Well, it would be awfully nice to hear a note of, conciliatory note, frankly, that we can get along. We have divided government now, and so we really have no choice. So you want to hear that. I don't know how long that will last after the address. But also, I think he ought to talk about some of the successes, bipartisan successes, like criminal justice reform. That was a big one. And if I were him, I would talk about that, as well as some of the jobs numbers and the general state of the economy.
Well, senators, House members, cabinet members, Supreme Court justices, and others will all be together in the House chamber. What is it like in that room as people start filing in?
You know, it's quite a thing. I've done it 18 times now, and people line up right on the center aisle for hours before. Just to be seen on camera shaking hands with the president. And some of the people that you wouldn't expect, some of the Democrats, if it's a Republican president, or Republicans, if it's a Democratic president, they still line up and want to be seen on television. So it's quite something. And now when I was in the House, I used to detest the senators coming in right at the end before. But when I got to the Senate, I changed my mind. But, it's typically Republicans on one side, Democrats on the other. For several years, we mixed it up a bit. I saw a little footage you had of Gabby Giffords there when she retired and came back to the House to retire. So there are a lot of great memories of that speech.
Senator, I do want to ask you about one of the invited guests. Tonight, New York Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is bringing Ana Maria Archila, who last fall confronted you in a Capitol elevator over the accusations against then Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh. Let's play a short clip.
What do you think? You have power over the truth.
Ma'am, do you want to talk to his staff?
No, I want to talk to him. Don't talk to respond. What do you think? To respond. I understand, but tell me, I'm standing right here in front of you. What do you have? Do you think that he's telling the truth? No. Do you think that he's telling the truth to the country?
So Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez said of Archila, quote, "She's living proof that the courage within all of us can change the world." What do you think about that invitation?
I'm glad she's there. You know, she had a real impact. I was very unsettled about where we were on the Kavanaugh nomination. I felt that there was no reason why we couldn't have had an FBI investigation, and that episode in the elevator helped me make up my mind to actually request and demand that investigation. So I'm glad she's there. She was exercising her right. Her story was certainly compelling, and I'm glad she's there.
I'd also like to ask you about the Democrats' pick to respond to President Trump. Former Georgia State legislator Stacey Abrams. What are your thoughts on that choice?
You know, it's always interesting who the minority will pick, or who the party out of power will pick, and I think she's a good one. She ran a good race, came very close in Georgia. It's a tough state for Democrats to win. But she ran a good race, and I think she's a good spokesman for a lot of the issues that the Democrats want to put forward. So you know, this is kind of a career maker or sometimes a career ender. So it's a tough call whether to accept that invitation. But I think she'll do well. I've heard her speak before, and I think she'll do well.
Senator, you've said that someone from the Republican side should challenge President Trump in 2020, but that it would not be you. Do you have anyone in mind?
Oh, there are some names that have been out there. You know, John Kasich obviously is still toying with it. I do hope that somebody challenges the president. It's healthy to have that kind of competition. And in particular here, I think in order for Republicans to remain a national force and to be a rational party moving ahead, we've got to change direction on, you know, in some of the areas where we're going. So I hope that somebody does. It may be somebody like John Kasich. He's the one that's probably most prominent right now.
All right, Senator Flake, thanks very much for your time, Senator.
You bet.
Let's bring in our panel. Antoine Seawright is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Leslie Sanchez is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. And Gabe DeBenedetti is a national correspondent for New York Magazine. Welcome to you all. Let's start with the president's push for unity. Leslie, let me start with you. How do you expect that to actually play in the House chamber tonight, given what we know is this very polarized political landscape?
You know, for a while there was this issue of people trying to match the president in terms of coarsening of our culture and coarsening of the language. You know, we talked about the contemptuous eye rolls and boos. I think this is a chamber where it allows all of that to step aside. It's going to depend a lot on the president's tone and trying to, and I do think you're going to see this. You heard it during the government shutdown. He did have kind of these broad strokes of we can find a way to work together. Now behind closed doors and on tweets, he was much more aggressive. But I think he can set that tone. The question is, once it's received a certain way, and then the immediate aftermath of this, I think it can unravel any type of goodwill very quickly. You want to weigh in, Gabe?
Yeah, the idea that there's going to be goodwill from Democrats after this speech is just wishful thinking, and it's not on Democrats here. It's basically on everyone. But really, the reality is, if President Trump strikes a unifying tone, it's a tone and tone only. I mean, we've seen this before from him, where people around him say, you need to unify the country, we need to talk about bipartisanship, and then nothing actually happens here. This is the most divisive president we perhaps have ever had, and to pretend otherwise because of one speech is just, it's ahistorical.
So it's interesting because, Caitlin, the New York Times reports President Trump has been, quote, complaining that his address is, quote, too gentle on Democrats. So, I mean, do Republicans want the president to be tough on the Democrats?
Well, they want him to make his theory of the case and talk about things that they want to talk about, which is the economy is a big issue, right? Again, we're starting the process of another presidential campaign. So Republicans want something to run on. They want the president to have things to run on. They want to be allies of the president. So they don't want him to kind of play the route that he's been going on Twitter. But there is, to Gabe's point, there's such little incentive for political incentive for Democrats to do anything that would help this president, again, because of the political reality that we're in.
So I just want to think about that picture, Antoine, of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi up there on the dais as President Trump delivers his address. I mean, after tonight, what are we going to be seeing from Democrats here as the president tries to push forward any kind of agenda?
So a couple of things about tonight. The president will visit Nancy Pelosi's house. She is now the speaker. The pressure will be huge for the president for many reasons. Number one, he will have to strike a tone and immediately have to follow up because there will be a crisis facing him in days to come. The unique thing about this opportunity tonight, it gives the president a chance to return to his comfort zone, the campaign trail. I viewed every one of his addresses to the nation as the campaign trail for him. It's familiar. He throws out what I call his right-wing red meat rhetoric to his base, gets them jacked up, and then he goes back to being Donald Trump, and that's who he is. That's how he got to where he is, and I don't think you're going to get any change in that regard. The other thing is historic because this is a divided Congress. And the one thing we know is this will be real political pressure on our democracy, and I don't think this president has proven to do well in times of crisis, i.e. the government shutdown that extended. I just think that the pressure will be too enormous for this president tonight. And what happens tonight really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Is what happens when he leaves. His tone in the negotiating room will be the key.
You know, Leslie, the last State of the Union, he talked about tax reform. He talked about, of course, Supreme Court nominees. This year, it would seem the border wall, obviously, immigration is going to be a central focus. But you still believe there is a chance, albeit a slight chance, that perhaps comprehensive immigration reform is there for the president to hint at? Or
it's a smart move. And it's so funny.
It seems counterintuitive,
you see all the Republicans are cringing right now, thanks to you, when you put those words together of comprehensive immigration reform. I see a pathway where the president can have his border enforcement, his border security apparatus, whatever that may be, all the technology and infrastructure he wants to put to that. And the trade-off of that is to have legalization for a certain set of the population, the DACA students, some of the temporary, that there is an opportunity there. It's not for the 11+ undocumented individuals here, but it's really for a sliver that Republicans have talked about for a long time, and they have battled internally. And you can look at other presidential elections. The money dries up on the Republican side when you talk about those things together. But this is an opportunity to bridge that gap. And the president does, in this case, I believe, have the political capital to do it, and he's leveraging that. This is a card he's playing. And that's why he's ratcheting up the argument of border security.
Well, what do you think, though? Because, I mean, we've already seen the president succumb to pressure from the right. And so, I mean,
that's where the
political capital here, how much does he have?
Well, I mean, he has all the capital in the world if he wants to just say, you know, forget about the wall. Let's talk about border security and technology and all these other things, and then, you know, strike a deal with Democrats. But Democrats are not going to, I mean, not planning on that at all. And there's no way in the world that the president's base would abide that kind of thing. So he could have played this card at any point in the last, I don't know, 2 years. But the reality is, of course, we're going to talk about immigration because he perceives this as the one issue that he can always go back to and rest on and use to really, as we've been talking about, use as this red meat for his own base and for his own supporters. But again, what we're likely to see in the coming weeks is some sort of deal, sure, because of course the president knows that it's not good for him to continue to shut down the government like this, especially when it's the blame is so squarely on him. But the question really is he going to scale back in any significant way from this wall ask? It doesn't look like it. What it looks like is going to happen is he's going to try and declare victory one way or another. The real question, of course, is what that looks like on the ground at the border. Are we going to see a lot of new wall? Probably not.
Well, okay, I was just going to say that's where they're narrowing the argument. Is that if you are not for border enforcement and securing the border and any point of entry, then you're for open borders, full amnesty, you know, for everybody to get citizenship, and you already heard the president echoing some of those words. So those are the words I'm listening for, because that's really where he's laying this argument.
The problem is, we heard my leader, Mr. Clyburn, I was just texting with him a few seconds ago. He laid out the vision, what Democrats expect post tonight, that there's areas of the border that needs to be fixed. The Democrats are for border security. They will continue to be on the record about that, but they're not for his concrete wall. Mr. Clyburn said that. I think
a barrier?
I think
Steel slats?
I think you will consistently hear tonight tonight from Democrats in the Congress, particularly say they're not for that, but they are for border security, they're for fixing fencing, they're for improvements, all the things, and they're actually for coming to the table with Republicans. This was said quite a few times tonight, to get a deal on comprehensive immigration reform. But here's the other thing that tonight will face for Donald Trump. He will face a united Democratic Congress in the House and the Senate, and that's something he's not had before. And truthfully, that's something President Obama didn't even enjoy at times.
And actually, with signs of some fracturing within the Republican coalition. Remember, just last week, Republicans sent a big message to Donald Trump on his foreign policy, his wish to withdraw troops from Syria and Afghanistan. That was sending a big message to him, and they also did the same on support for Yemen in the last year. So there are some, there's just a little bit of fraying. While they want to be with him and they're united around him, his approval among Republicans is still very, very high and at a comfortable level. You're starting to see a little bit of fracturing here, which could also be, critical as we're talking about the Mueller report hanging over this entire administration and what Congress would do with any information.
And 2020 election, 2020
Absolutely.
Senate, the 2020 Senate maps looks really good for Democrats, and I think that political pressure was part of the reason why we now have an open government and not a closed government, and why we're actually sitting here talking about the State of the Union.
I mean, do you think, though, that come February 15th, how realistic is the possibility, Gabe, that we're going to actually see another partial government shutdown?
Oh, it's pretty possible that we'll see a partial shutdown for a little bit of time, at least. It's unlikely that we're going to see another month. But, it's silly for us to predict at this point because who knows?
Right.
But the reality is we've gotten into this pattern in the last 4 or 5 years where we have a shutdown every few months, or at least we get very close to it. Obviously, it didn't happen so much under President Obama as it's happening now. What is most likely to happen based on recent-ish history is we'll have some sort of stopgap measure as we continue to have, and they're going to continue talking about immigration, and then we're going to be back at this table in 6 months saying, is the government about to shut down again? And the answer will again be, I don't know.
All right. Groundhog Day. Antoine, Caitlin, Leslie, and Gabe, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, the president said ISIS has been destroyed, but his intelligence chiefs warn otherwise. Ahead, a closer look at the president's policy in the Middle East and his promise to pull U.S. troops out of wars in Syria and Afghanistan when CBSN's State of the Union coverage continues. More than any other issue tonight, State of the Union viewers want to hear President Trump talk about foreign policy and national security. That's according to a new CBS News poll of Americans planning to watch the president's address. Foreign policy came in just ahead of jobs and the economy, followed by health care and working with Democrats. Central to that section of the speech will be ISIS. Late last year, President Trump tweeted a video in which he claimed the terrorist group had been defeated, only to be contradicted by his intelligence chiefs weeks later.
We've been fighting for a long time in Syria. I've been president for almost 2 years, and we've really stepped it up. And we have won against ISIS. We've beaten them, and we've beaten them badly. We've taken back the land. And now it's time for our troops to come back home.
ISIS will continue to be a threat to the United States.
They're still dangerous, which is your point, and they're the largest Sunni terrorist group, and they still command thousands of fighters in Iraq and Syria.
Joining me now from Washington is Nicholas Harris. He is a Middle East Security Fellow at the Center for a New American Security, a bipartisan think tank specializing in national security issues. Thanks so much for joining us, Nick. So who's right? Is ISIS defeated?
ISIS is far from defeated, and President Trump would do well to listen to his generals and his intelligence professionals. The fact of the matter is that ISIS is preparing to reemerge in Iraq and Syria. And in Afghanistan, ISIS is carving out a safe haven for itself. ISIS is also expanding in Africa and has active affiliates in Southeast Asia. The global war against ISIS is nowhere near complete.
Well, President Trump has used his claim that ISIS is defeated as grounds to pull troops out of Iraq and Syria. But in his interview with Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, he suggested he may be changing course in Iraq. Let's listen.
Well, we spent a fortune on building this incredible base. We might as well keep it. And one of the reasons I want to keep it is because I want to be looking a little bit at Iran, because Iran is a real problem.
Whoa, that's news. You're keeping troops in Iraq because you want to be able to strike in Iran?
No, because I want to be able to watch Iran. All I want to do is be able to watch. We have an unbelievable and expensive military base built in Iraq. It's perfectly situated for looking at all over different parts of the troubled Middle East. Rather than pulling up, and this is what a lot of people don't understand, we're going to keep watching.
So this was news to Iraq's president. He said in response, quote, "Don't overburden Iraq with your own issues. The U.S. is a major power, but do not pursue your own policy priorities. We live here." How important is Iraq's cooperation to America's foreign policy goals?
Iraq is one of the most vital states to U.S. Middle East security policy. Without Iraq, the United States does not have a cohesive strategy to take on ISIS, but also to have influence over events in one of the most strategic regions of the world. President Trump's statements are interesting because, in effect, he seems to be channeling internal government dialogue about why the United States is even in Iraq in the first place and how the United States intends to have influence in Iraq. But the fact of the matter is that Iran is Iraq's neighbor. Iran has long-standing historical and security interests in Iraq, and that the best the United States can hope for is to fight Iran to a draw in Iraq, to maintain strong U.S. influence in Iraq, while limiting Iran's ability to use Iraq as a wheel to expand its destabilizing activities in the Middle East.
So President Trump often mentions the threat posed by Iran. How real is that threat?
Iran has expanded its activities throughout the Middle Eastern conflicts. You have Iranian-backed proxies in Syria, in Yemen, and in Lebanon. And the fact of the matter is that Israel and Iran have escalated their activities against each other in Syria. There is a real risk of a region-shattering war based out of Syria because of Israeli and Iranian conflict and competition.
All right, Nicholas Harris from the Center for a New American Security. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Among the issues impacting veterans is drug addiction, and one of the focal points of President Trump's administration has been battling the opioid crisis. The most recent data from 2017 by the CDC show drug overdoses killed more than 70,000 people in the U.S., a record high. That includes 28,000 deaths from fentanyl or similar drugs. We're looking at how one city hurt by the epidemic, Dayton, Ohio, has responded. Katie Waddell covers the opioid crisis. She's an investigative reporter for the Dayton Daily News. Katie, thanks so much for joining us. Over the last year, what has Dayton done to combat the opioid epidemic, and what have been some of the results?
Well, Dayton's approach really has been a coordinated response. They have a community overdose action team that has brought together everybody, law enforcement, social services, the city, the county, to all be around the same table, and that way they can address issues as quickly as they come up. One of the biggest things that has really impacted the number of deaths that we've been seeing here is the availability of Narcan, and really having every first responder in the region have Narcan with them, and family members and friends of addicts having it as well, and knowing how to use it. That's made a huge impact in the number of overdose deaths that we've seen, which has been cut in about half.
And remind us what that is again.
Narcan is just the drug that reduces overdoses if given when somebody is in the midst of an overdose. It can block the receptors of the drug, and really it's like somebody comes back to life.
Well, here's what President Trump had to say about drug overdoses and opioids at last year's State of the Union.
In 2016, we lost 64,000 Americans to drug overdoses, 174 deaths per day, 7 per hour. We must get much tougher on drug dealers and pushers if we are going to succeed in stopping this scourge.
So President Trump saying there that we need to get tougher on drug dealers and pushers. I wonder, based on your reporting, is the federal government's focus on law enforcement effective in fighting the opioid crisis?
I mean, definitely we've had some big busts of drug dealers here and gotten the fentanyl off the streets, which is really what was leading to a lot of the deaths. But the approach here has really been more well-rounded than just focusing on law enforcement. Everybody here kind of recognizes that you can't arrest your way out of this problem. You really have to also be working on prevention, treatment of people who are currently addicted, and helping getting them into recovery.
Well, in October, the president signed a comprehensive bipartisan bill to combat drug addiction. Has the bill had an effect in Dayton, and was it well received by people in that city?
Yes, I mean, our two senators here, Rob Portman and Sherrod Brown, were integral in that piece of legislation. They both had pieces, bills that they introduced that have really been impactful here. One of them, the CRIB Act, was something that allowed for centers that treat babies with neonatal abstinence syndrome to bill Medicaid. And that's something that was a need that was identified in the community, saying, hey, we have these babies and we need to have a better way to treat them, and also reconnect them with their mothers and get them into recovery as well.
And what role did Ohio Governor John Kasich's expansion of Medicaid play in helping those suffering from addiction?
That's been huge. I mean, everyone here agrees that that Medicaid expansion has helped thousands of people get into treatment that wouldn't otherwise have had health coverage. It's one of the first things they do here when they find somebody who says, hey, I need help, I want to get into treatment. They immediately get them to a case manager to sign them up for Medicaid.
And Katie, I know in reading a lot of the coverage that you and others there at the Dayton Daily News have done on this issue, you've been looking at this for quite some time now. The bottom line here, what seems to work when it comes to combating opioid addiction?
Well, like I said, they're really taking a team approach that it needs to be everybody in the community buying into, looking at this as a public health crisis is really the model that they're using, as if there were some sort of outbreak or something that had hit the community. That's really the approach that they've taken here. So everybody that encounters someone who may be suffering from an addiction is immediately thinking, how can I help this person get into treatment, get the services that they need need. Instead of arresting them, instead of throwing them in jail, how can we better spend our money on helping that person get into treatment?
All right, Katie Waddell, thank you so much for your time, Katie.
Thank you.
Coming up, President Trump faces challengers from the left and calls for someone on the right to take him on. Ahead, how will he navigate the next 2 years on the road to 2020? That conversation when we return. But first, here's a State of the Union flashback from late President George H.W. Bush in 1991.
We have within our reach the promise of a renewed America. We can find meaning and reward by serving some higher purpose than ourselves. A shining purpose, the illumination of 1,000 points of light. And it is expressed by all who know the irresistible force of a child's hand, of a friend who stands by you and stays there, a volunteer's generous gesture, an idea that is simply right.
Who has a chance?
So far, I don't see anybody. I'm not impressed with their group.
That was President Trump this weekend after a growing number of Democrats threw their hats in the 2020 presidential race. So far, 5 Democratic lawmakers have announced they're officially running for president and have started visiting early voting states. 3 others have formed presidential exploratory committees. Former Congressman Beto O'Rourke indicated he's inching closer to a bid. Oprah interviewed the Texas Democrat today. O'Rourke told her, quote, "I have been thinking of running for president and that he will make a 2020 decision this month." More than a handful more still have to make a decision. So what does it mean for President Trump? want to bring back our panel. Ed O'Keefe is in Washington. Linda Tran, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Michael Graham are here with me in New York. Ed, let me start with you. We heard the president there. So far, the president says that he's not impressed. But, of course, it's not like he's going to praise a Democrat either way.
Yeah, and you know, he's clearly paying attention because he has credited Kamala Harris in that interview and in other interviews with a smooth launch, has said repeatedly that he thinks Elizabeth Warren is vulnerable because of the controversy surrounding her decision to self-identify as Native American, and otherwise believes that none of the others necessarily rise to his level of competition. So we'll see. But we know that the White House is starting to keep tabs. He is building his re-election campaign across the river in Northern Virginia, and they are preparing quite seriously and quite furiously for the campaign to come.
So I want to play some of what the president has had to say about potential 2020 candidates in recent months. Let's listen.
And then you have Cory Booker. He destroyed Newark. I mean, the job he did in Newark, New Jersey. And a sad thing happened last week because Elizabeth Warren was exposed as being a total fraud, and I can no longer call her Pocahontas because she has no Indian blood. I can't call her. We call him 1% Biden. Until Obama took him off the trash heap, he couldn't do anything. Now he's talking about running. Tough guy. He's tough.
All right, so Michael.
Where to begin?
Yeah, great, come to me.
Where to start? A lot to unpack, but first of all, how effective are those lines of attack at this point in his presidency?
I mean, they're for the base, for his crowd, you know, the same way that when, you know, Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren take on Trump. It's great. It is interesting, though. I was at 3 New Hampshire events with potential candidates, including Julian Castro and Howard, Mike Bloomberg. And they really downplayed their talk about Trump. It was interesting. They really talked about themselves, their narrative, why they're in. It was when Adam Schiff, who decided not to get in, showed up. It was cleats high, just bam, just beating up Trump nonstop. And I see, watching this early on, there's a lot, their focus is so much on the primary vote. They've really got to find some way in a field of 20, 30, 3,000, you know, to put together a winning team, particularly in these early states, where you talk about in New Hampshire, a swing of 3,000 votes is probably going to decide who comes in first, second, and third. So you need your people, and that's what the Democrats seem to be focused on.
It has been interesting to hear some of the rhetoric from candidates like Julian Castro and others. Let me turn to you. I've just been handed a story by the Washington Post here, Linda, about Senator Elizabeth Warren. So, you know, we heard the president there and his continuing line of attack against her. So the headline here is Elizabeth Warren apologizes for calling herself Native American. She says this, quote, "I can't go back, but I am sorry for furthering confusion on tribal sovereignty and tribal citizenship and harm that resulted." How much of an issue could that be for her, potentially?
Well, I don't know how much of an issue it's going to be over the long run, but frankly, it was a smart move to address it and try to get past it. And she got a good reception from representatives of the tribes, and hopefully she's burying this for the longer term. Otherwise, it was certainly going to be something to dog her. I mean, all that said, Donald Trump is certainly going to continue to bring it up, especially when he's speaking to his base, to Michael's point, and for that point, it's not going to go away.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. It's just I live in Massachusetts, and Senator Warren has been struggling. You know, she had that DNA rollout, and the thing that really scared Democrats, and I know, is that she thought it went great. And everyone's like, oh, that was the Titanic. Now she's involved in trying to help a local tribe get a casino. It's a problematic. Now it turns out that the tribe has money problems. She is going to deal with some aspect of this long after this apology because of stuff on the ground.
So on that point, my producer's pointing out, so there's a graph in here. As Warren undergoes increased scrutiny as a presidential candidate, additional documents could surface to keep the issue alive. Using an open records request during a general inquiry, for example, the Post obtained Warren's registration card for the State Bar of Texas, providing a previously undisclosed example of Warren identifying as an, quote, American Indian. Linda, that would seem problematic.
It would definitely be problematic, but the fact that she chose this moment to apologize gives her the opportunity to point to that moment, saying, you know what, I did some things that I may not have thought through or I may not be so proud of, but I'm sorry for it, and then move on, to pivot on to the next
Linda,
thing.
Oh, go ahead, Ed.
Linda, she didn't reveal this. The Post got it itself, and she must have known this was out there. And if she didn't, she forgot, and that's bad self-opposition research. You know that as a consultant. So this proves that there may actually be even more out there about this than she has let on so far. Remember, the Boston Globe published an exhaustive review of her employment and discussions with her colleagues about what went on at Harvard and whether or not she was given preferential treatment. They determined she didn't. Annie Linsky, who wrote that, is now at the Post and continued the line of reporting and found this in Texas. So it begs the question, is there anything back in Oklahoma where she grew up? Is there anything in Pennsylvania when she worked at the University of Pennsylvania? This suggests there might be, and it's open invitation to keep looking.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlin, it seems like this could potentially remain in the headlines here.
Well, last month I was in Iowa when she was asked about this, not by a reporter, but by an Iowa voter. And the way that it was phrased was, why are you giving, by this DNA test, why were you giving Donald Trump fodder to go after you? And so this speaks to kind of the earlier topic that we were talking about, which is how these candidates are trying to define themselves. And we know that just talking, you know, we've been talking to lots of voters and we've seen in polling that this idea of electability is huge, is at a premium. Voters want someone who can defeat Donald Trump. Now, they don't know exactly, or we don't know exactly, who that candidate will be, but it is a lens that they're using to view these candidates. And so there was a lot of concern among Democrats that Elizabeth Warren kind of opened herself up to that by going this route.
All right, I want to talk more about 2020, but first I have been handed excerpts from Stacey Abrams' Democratic response, and I just want to pull out one quote here. This is what she will say tonight after the President's State of the Union address. Quote, "In Georgia and around the country, people are striving for a middle class where a salary truly equals economic security, but instead, families' hopes are being crushed by Republican leadership that ignores real life or just doesn't understand it." Michael, what are your thoughts on that?
You know, taking on Trump on the economy, you know, there's a theory in politics, you go after their strong suit, you know, they don't let them have a strong suit, but that is really a tough area. There are so many other areas to make this work. When you've got astonishing numbers for jobs month after month, when wage growth is actually faster among blue collar and working class than it is at the top for the first time than I can remember, that's Trump's best story. She's got a lot of other stories to tell about Trump.
At the same time, though, you have comments from Wilbur Ross, Linda. You have, you know, other examples where people will point to various statements that have been made and say it represents how out of touch some in Washington are, starting with the person in the Oval Office.
Well, yes, and also we can't ignore the fact that we're 10 days away from another potential shutdown. We've just come off of the longest shutdown in the nation's history, and 800,000 federal workers, 1 million federal contractors, they're all still feeling the impact of that, despite the fact that we were able to get the government back open again. And so all of the polling shows that people are upset about the way things are going and feeling like Washington and the White House in particular don't understand the everyday concerns of working Americans.
And that's kind of what the 2020 candidates have been tapping into, because they know that it is hard to run against a good economy, and you never want to appear as if you're cheering for the economy to turn. But they do, you know, view this issue of fairness as something that is really key, and it applies kind of across different issues. So from taxes and the economy to education and other issues, that's what you're going to be hearing them tap into.
Ed, can I just ask about this choice by Democrats to have Stacey Abrams deliver this rebuttal, this response to the State of the Union? She was an unconventional choice when you look at past Democratic responses.
And Republican. She's the first sort of non-office holder to give the address on behalf of the opposition party. Also the first African-American, I believe, to do it, at least for the Democrats. Look, people who end up giving this speech have a mixed history. Three people who gave it became president one day: Bill Clinton, Gerald Ford, and George H.W. Bush. In the case of Abrams, Democrats are hoping that she one day becomes either governor of Georgia or a senator from Georgia. There's been big push to get her to run against David Perdue in 2020, but she's opening the door, keeping it open, to possibly trying to run for governor again. And while she is a former political office holder, Democrats would argue she is the present of their party. A woman, a minority, someone in a state that they hope can turn purple or blue in the coming election cycles, and someone who they believe speaks quite explicitly and effectively to the concerns of people who identify themselves as Democrats or may just be upset with the president for whatever reason. So an unconventional choice, and she'll give the address tonight from somewhere in the Atlanta area, but one that is expected to sort of really convey the thoughts of a lot of Democrats these days who feel that the president, and by extension Republicans, are out of touch.
And, you know, Ed, you say the candidate in the Now. New Hampshire Journal was in the field a few weeks ago with a poll, and my favorite question was we asked Democrats, who do you think best represents your party today? We gave them 3 choices. Hillary Clinton, kind of the establishment. Elizabeth Warren, the progressive, but the pre-2018 progressive. And then Ocasio-Cortez. Hillary Clinton came in a distant third, not even 17%. He said that this is my party. Ocasio-Cortez doubled her, and Elizabeth Warren 55%. In New Hampshire, a purple state, the progressives were 80% of this is how I see my party.
Interesting. All right, I want to read another line from these excerpts here from Stacey Abrams' Democratic response. She will say, quote, "The foundation of our moral leadership around the globe is free and fair elections, where voters pick their leaders, not where politicians pick their voters." Linda, what are your thoughts on that?
I would say no surprise that she is going to be focusing on the issue of the electoral irregularities and voting rights. And, you know, this is something that she has dedicated years of her career to. She started an organization recently, Fair Fight, that's also focused on that as well. And also it is increasingly this marquee issue on the left in particular, as we think about SCOTUS decisions, we think about the issues with 2016 and what we're looking ahead to potentially in 2020. This is certainly something that you're going to see lots of Democrats talk about, whether it's about redistricting or it's about access to the ballot or any of these other issues that we've seen come up.
As I continue to look at these, she will also say this is the next battle for our democracy, one where all eligible citizens can have their say about the vision we want for our country. We must reject the cynicism that says allowing every eligible vote to be cast and counted is a, quote, power grab. So that would seem to speak to Linda's point there.
Absolutely, very much. And this is something that she has been talking about, especially after her loss in Georgia. And you know, what's interesting about choosing Stacey Abrams is that, you know, to Ed's point, she certainly reflects the politics that Democrats believe are happening now. But it's a way for Democrats to elevate a black woman who also lost an election. Remember, we're talking a lot about Beto O'Rourke, who lost an election as well. He's been talked about in a 2020 kind of presidential conversation, and Abrams has not. So there has been some concern, you know, within the party and some criticism outside of it of kind of why elevate some over the other. So this, at least, I think Democrats are trying to make a statement with that.
So at the same time, we don't know if the president is going to get a Republican primary challenger looking ahead to 2020. But here's what some possible challengers have said.
I've always said that I do hope that there is a Republican who challenges the president in the primary. I still hope that somebody does, but that somebody won't be me. I will not be a candidate.
So, will you run against President Trump either as a Republican in the primaries or as an independent?
Chris, as you know, all options are on the table, and we look every day. I have a team of people who look every day at the factors that go into a consideration like that.
Let's repudiate the debilitating politics practiced elsewhere, including just down the road in Washington, where insults substitute for debate, recriminations for negotiation, and gridlock for compromise.
All right, so Ed, let me ask you, what are the arguments for and against running against the president at this point?
And it's the last gentleman we saw there, Larry Hogan, the sitting governor of Maryland, who probably is most likely to take this down the road of a possible primary challenge, at least in the Republican Party. Senator Flake, of course, is one of our colleagues now. Governor Kasich is on the fence about whether to do it and how to do it. But Hogan, we know, is definitely sniffing around. And you know why we know that, Elaine? You don't invite Jeb Bush to come speak at your inauguration if you're not trying to poke the bear. And he spoke at Hogan's inauguration last month.
It's a pretty big poke, yeah.
That's a big one. Look, the calculation, of course, is that you could have the entire Republican establishment, or the Trump-loving members of the Republican Party, come crashing down on you and your people and whatever network it is you're trying to build. The other risk, of course, is that you just find no traction, and therefore you struggle mightily. The fact that Hogan might do this as a sitting governor, however, gives him a power base, gives him some infrastructure, not only in the Free State, but potentially across the country. And that is what is so alluring to a lot of people who would like to see somebody challenge him. You saw the RNC take steps about 2 weeks ago to essentially all but declare Trump the nominee of the party in 2020, but left open the door to possibly having somebody mount a primary challenge. They simply didn't go all the way because they acknowledged that, look, he could step down, he could die, he could, something else could happen to him, and we can't legally write in that Donald Trump is our nominee, because what if something changes in the next few years? But they went to great lengths to make it clear that their preference is for him to be the nominee, and they're trying to deter others from trying.
All right, be fascinating to watch either way. Ed, Linda, Caitlin, and Michael, thanks to you all. Coming up, the president is set to address the crisis in Venezuela tonight. Ahead, we'll get an update on the turmoil facing embattled President Nicolas Maduro and what the U.S. is doing about it. You're streaming CBSN. President Trump is expected to address border wall funding in tonight's State of the Union. It's an issue that has divided Americans and put lawmakers in a tough spot. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe spoke with one Texas congressman who is on the front lines of the border security battle.
Congressman, how are you? Nice to see you.
Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy represents parts of Texas, but also President Trump's base of support. Conservative Republicans who want more border security now.
You know what's hard to respond to? It's hard to respond to my constituents at home who are witnessing the theater of the absurd. Explain to the people why we're going to leave this afternoon at 1 o'clock not securing the border.
While the latest CBS News poll shows 66% of Americans don't think a border wall is worth the president declaring a national emergency, nearly 3 in 4 Republicans think it is. Roy wants the president to keep fighting.
The idea of actually
shutting down the government over disagreements, in your view, is not a bad thing.
No, I mean, I don't think we should necessarily seek to shut down the government per se. I have no problem with us saying, all right, look, we're going to keep debating this. We're not ready to pass this bill.
We're heading over to the floor of the House of Representatives. Everybody knows these votes aren't going to matter in the end. These are all just votes for the record. It's ridiculous.
Over a month into the shutdown, Congressman Roy left Washington to visit his home district in Texas, which stretches from Austin to San Antonio.
Pleasure to welcome you to San Antonio.
A Democrat hasn't won here since the 1970s. We were with him as the shutdown, which caused 800,000 employees to miss 2 paychecks, came to an end, at least for now.
How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. I thought I was going to stay through the weekend. It looks like we may have to go back and vote. Let me ask a question. Where's a TV?
I am very proud to announce today that we have reached a deal.
Look, I'm glad to see people getting paid, getting paychecks. They ought to for the work they're doing. Critically important. We also got to secure the border.
Congress is now negotiating the fate of the border wall with another shutdown looming in just 10 days. Roy, a first-term member of the minority party in the House, has little say in what goes on in Washington.
We have a handful of dinosaurs who sit here until their octogenarian years screwing up the country.
What can a guy like you even do?
Well, you know, what are you saying? That being 1/435th of 1/2 of 1/3 of the federal seat of power is not being, you know, the king to make all the decisions? That's how our system's designed. I have a voice. I have a voice representing, you know, 800,000 Texans, and I think that we ought to use that voice to make the points that we need to make.
It makes absolutely no sense to the American people when they watch what happens in this body and they wonder how the people's house leaves them with an unsecure border.
What do you want to hear from the president?
Well, I want to hear from the president the State of the Union. I want a very honest assessment of what we see at the border. And I want the president to make that case directly to the American people. I think we ought to keep fighting and not blink until we either get it done or the voters get to speak in 2020.
President Trump is also expected to address the crisis in Venezuela tonight. It comes after his administration backed opposition leader Juan Guaido as the country's interim president. CBS News State Department reporter Christina Ruffini is in our Washington bureau and has the details.
Over the weekend, European nations, including France, the UK, and Spain, joined the United States and most Latin American nations to officially recognize Juan Guaido as the interim president of Venezuela. Unlike U.S. foreign policy in other places we've seen, like Syria or North Korea, the U.S. action in Venezuela has been methodical and largely in step with the rest of the international community. As the Colombians told me earlier last week, the effort for regime change started with Latin American nations, and the U.S. is joining the party already in progress. Special U.S. envoy Elliot Abrams said the U.S. is on, quote, Team Venezuela, and the State Department has thrown its full weight behind the interim president, even pledging $20 million in humanitarian aid, which is desperately needed in the country. The aid is being mobilized along the Colombian border, but we haven't yet received a timeline as to when it will start being delivered. And that's because it gets a bit complicated. The U.S. can't use the military to deliver it, as we've seen in some disasters like Haiti or other places, because the optics of army trucks rolling across the border into Venezuela would play right into Nicolas Maduro's assertions that the U.S. is trying to manufacture a coup in Caracas. We also don't have a timeline for how long the U.S. and other nations are willing to wait for Maduro to step down. State Department officials have said all options are on the table, refusing to rule out military intervention, but the hope is that won't become necessary. This weekend, we saw massive anti-Maduro protests across the country, and there wasn't a military crackdown. Maduro pretty much let them happen, and some see this as a promising sign that this transition could potentially happen peacefully. However, if you're judging by the rhetoric coming from Nicolas Maduro himself, it seems unlikely that he's going to go quietly into that good night. The thing to watch, of course, will be the military. Even Maduro loyalists who are still getting paid have family members who are starving. And with inflation at an astounding 8,000%, even a good paycheck isn't going to go very far. So if the Guaido government can convince loyalists and military leaders that their lives will be better and they will be granted amnesty, there's a chance they might switch teams at some point in the future. But we're not there yet. And the clock is ticking. If this drags out and Guaido is unable to take control in the coming months, you could get to a point where all this enthusiasm behind him starts to fade, and Venezuelans go looking for another political savior. Or they simply pack up and leave, joining the 3 million other countrymen who are now refugees. Elaine?
All right, Christina Ruffini, thank you. Much more State of the Union coverage is ahead, including a conversation with Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell.
President of the United States.
Tonight, President Trump's second State of the Union before his first divided Congress, facing Democrats with impeachment on their minds and 2020 in their sights.
He chooses to divide us, community by community.
The chant now should be finish the wall as opposed to build the wall, because we're building a lot of wall.
The president's signature campaign promise now at a crossroads.
A wall is an immorality. It's not who we are as a nation.
With another shutdown looming, will the president set the stage for a national emergency?
Listen closely to the State of the Union. I think you'll find it very exciting.
And hanging over the Capitol tonight,
so far this thing's been a total witch hunt.
The darkening cloud from Bob Mueller's Russia investigation. Will President Trump borrow from a past playbook?
1 year of Watergate is enough.
And how will Democrats respond?
She's an incredible leader.
As the weight of the party rests on the shoulders of a rising star who seeks to come back from political defeat.
I promise you, we will get it done.
It's the State of the Union on CBSN. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. We're just about an hour away from President Trump's second State of the Union address. We haven't seen the president so far today, but he's expected to make his way over to the Capitol soon. The president was supposed to give his address last week, but it was postponed because of the 35-day government shutdown. Last month, a CBS News poll asked Americans to pick words to describe the state of our union. 5% said it was great. 27% said it was bad. Let's check in with our Nicole Killian now on Capitol Hill. Nicole?
Hey, good evening to you, Elaine. And we are actually joined by Congressman Eric Swalwell. And Congressman, you have a special guest with you tonight.
I do. I brought Cameron Kasky. Cameron is a Parkland graduate. He and his classmates, after that tragedy, they used their voices. They marched in the streets and they marched on the ballot boxes. And I think have given us the best hope to have gun violence measures to protect our communities. And we're going to have tomorrow the first hearing in 8 years on Capitol Hill, a background check bill. So he's inspired me, and I wanted him to come here and hopefully hear a president that will lay out an agenda that will keep he and his classmates safe.
And Cameron, of course, we're coming up on the year anniversary of the school shooting in Parkland. Tell me how you're feeling right now, and what's the message you want to hear from the president tonight?
Well, I feel great, and I felt great ever since January 3rd because we finally have a House, and which we haven't in some years now, that is willing to put gun violence on the forefront and is willing to tackle this issue for what it is. And that is something that I think people like me, students, and people all around the country can be really excited about, because finally we are going to be holding this president accountable. We are going to be checking and balancing our government, and it's really nice to see. But in regards to what I can expect from President Trump tonight, I hope that he, in our State of the Union, discusses the issue that is gun violence and talks about how he and the Republican Senate are going to put this at the forefront of their agenda. What I'm expecting is a bag of hot air. Now, mind you, I'd love to be surprised, but I'd like to keep my expectations low and my hopes high.
Well, the president is also bringing some guests tonight, as is the First Lady, and among those guests is someone who was an attendee of the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, also a first responder from that shooting incident last fall. What are your thoughts on that and the message that that might send?
Well, I can only hope that, considering the fact that he is bringing somebody who has had such a horrible event, he will address gun violence as an issue in our country. Mind you, again, I can only expect that that will be brushed over, but seeing that makes me hopeful that the Republican Party is willing to address that this year.
And I'm glad he's bringing a victim there, but if you recall, the president's solution was first he almost blamed the synagogue for not having security, and his solution is that churches and synagogues should have armed guards. And when I talk to people across the country, when I talk to students, I don't think that's the country we want to live in. We'd rather go after, making sure that people go through background checks to get weapons, that we ban the most dangerous weapons, that we have more mental health services, not just having armed guards in all the places that we thought were safe.
How do you get Republicans on board?
Well, I certainly think that we do not take President Trump's approach from after the Parkland shooting, where he claimed that he would have run in even if he was not armed. Although that is interesting to think about, I don't think that that's the mindset we should have. I think that the best way to bring these issues up to the Republican Party is to address the bills that don't touch the Second Amendment with a 20-foot pole, such as the background check bill that's being introduced tomorrow, and the several other measures we could be taking, whether it be funding mental health programs, whether it be funding gang violence prevention programs in inner cities. There are so many steps we could take to prevent this multifaceted issue, and it's time we start taking them.
Yeah, and I would tell Republicans, and I'm the son of two Republicans. My brothers are cops, married a girl from southern Indiana. So, I'm around hunters and people who shoot for sport, and I would tell them, if you're a law-abiding person with no history of mental health and, you want a shotgun to protect your house, you want to take your pistol to the shooting range, or you want to take your long rifle out with your kids, to hunt deer, we're not interested in those weapons. You should be able to have them, but the most dangerous weapons in the hands of the most dangerous people, we think that we can do better and protect more people.
Also, I want to talk to you, Congressman, specifically. I know just last week in an interview you said you were getting very close to a decision on 2020. Yeah. Any closer today?
Well, we are getting close. I think the country really wants an agenda of going big on the issues we take on, being bold in the solutions that are offered, like on gun violence, and doing good in the way that we would govern. Look, I'm the first in my family to go to college. I've seen grit and want and struggle. I still have, student loan debt today, raising a young family. I'm connected to that American experience, and I don't see a lot of candidates that are. That's why I'm considering it and getting very close. Cameron and I did a town hall together in Des Moines, Iowa, on the issue of gun violence, and so I'm kind of in the listening part right now, and I'm going to be in New Hampshire and Iowa again in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, well, Congressman, thank you so much, and Cameron, thanks so much for joining us. Elaine?
Let's bring in our panel. Nick Thompson is a CBS News contributor and editor-in-chief at Wired. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Leslie Sanchez is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. And Linda Tran is CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, I want to start with this just in, the excerpts now from the President's State of the Union address. Excerpts as prepared for delivery, so we all know how things could be perhaps subject to change. Nevertheless, I want to zero in on this section on immigration. The president, according to these excerpts, will say, quote, "We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards." So, Leslie, it doesn't sound like comprehensive immigration reform tonight.
No, it's a starting point, Elaine. I mean, just as like, glass half full kind of approach here.
What do you make of that?
I think it's very much the same type of rhetoric he's used before, broken immigration system. But I always keep it in the context of every major immigration reform has been because of Republicans. Republicans carried that water. We paid the political price as well, which is why many in the Republican Party are frustrated at the fact there have been all these promises for border security, but the next day there's almost a cottage industry to create counterfeit driver's license, social security numbers, workarounds around E-Verify for employers, for inland enforcement. So there's a lot of broken in this system that's never been addressed. So I think he's right there. But this issue of, the elite have walls and fences.
Working class and political class.
Exactly.
Is that something we've heard him use before to frame this issue?
Well, he's certainly framed it as class, and he's talked about walls and fences have worked to protect individuals. He excludes himself, which is the irony of the whole piece of that. But there is also a working class argument in the sense that many believe that's why this border security debate is a bit frustrated and convoluted. He's talking about border security, but for many, it's a signal about immigration, about that individuals, that there's a market and a labor immigration that moves to the country, takes jobs, lower wage jobs, and it depresses wages for everybody, where these communities are unchecked and growing with undocumented immigrants. And so that's, I would say, the undercurrent in that phrase. And then that's what he's speaking to. And again, he's using a phrase I told you he would come back to, which is painting the Democrats as open borders, while Republicans or the reasonable approach is to do the opposite.
Linda, what do you hear when you see, especially this line, we have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens?
I hear him responding to Nancy Pelosi saying that a wall is immoral. I mean, this is a place where the discussion hasn't gone before. I mean, from Democrats, you've not heard them talk about border security and the wall as being immoral. So certainly he's speaking in those terms, but really this is just essentially the same thing we've been talking about for weeks and weeks on end. He is playing to his base, the same people that are pro-wall and want him to fulfill that campaign promise. What we're seeing from opinion polling and from the general public is that people are not interested in the wall. They are interested in border security, but they're interested in some of these more tech-savvy and more effective measures that, for example, Democrats proposed in the last session.
So as I continue to scan these excerpts, Caitlin, I'm wondering, well, what jumps out to you? I'm looking at this line, both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I mean, we've been hearing about infrastructure since even before he entered office, and yet nothing has happened.
The perpetual infrastructure week, which has now become its own, meme of the administration. This has always been a place that Democrats and Republicans say we can find common ground on, but they differ in terms of the actual policy. Republicans want the private sector to be more involved, and Democrats, of course, want the government to be more involved in funding infrastructure projects, which mean jobs to a lot of folks. But what really stuck out to me, and something I'm going to be really watching for in this speech tonight, is he says, as a candidate for president, I pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. So, of course, he's referring here to his call to withdraw troops from Syria, to withdraw from Afghanistan, or to lower the number in Afghanistan. And this is something that really scrambles alliances. So you had Republicans sending a really strong message to the president last week in terms of a vote which was bipartisan, saying that they disagreed with the president's policy. But you had several Democrats who are running for president, people like Cory Booker and Kirsten Gillibrand, vote against that. They voted in a way that showed kind of support in a way for the president's policy. So this is something that puts Democrats, I think, in a very interesting situation, because they agree with the sentiment, and you're hearing them try to kind of walk the line a little bit, thread the needle a little bit by saying we agree with the sentiment, but we don't like the approach that the president is using. We don't like foreign policy by tweet. But this is something that I think I'm going to be watching those members that we mentioned to see their reaction to this line.
So the government could shut down again at the end of next week if Congress doesn't come to a deal on border wall funding the president supports. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell weighed in on the president's options earlier.
He's got another option he's contemplating that may get the result that he wants on the wall.
That would be a national emergency, but you're not in favor of that, are you?
Well, I want to wait and see what he does. All I've said to him is that there is a process where the Congress, could try to undo that. That doesn't necessarily mean that's an argument for not doing it, but it won't be without controversy.
But there's already been Senator Blunt and Senator Cornyn have both said that they don't want him to go down that route. Senator Graham says he hopes that no matter what comes of this, that the GOP will stand together in support of the president. So which do you think it will be?
I think there are different opinions about it. And if he goes that route, we'll just hash it out.
So, Nick, I mean, how problematic is it a problem that this is sort of hanging over the president's State of the Union address?
Oh, it's a huge problem, right? I mean, he has this thing that nobody likes. He's been blamed for the shutdown. It's by far the biggest issue. Based on the excerpts, it doesn't seem like he's heading towards some kind of peace. He's got a bunch of bad options that even Mitch McConnell doesn't like, and the Democrats are just sitting there licking their chops on this. Meanwhile, the government is shut down, and we actually don't have a good, useful, helpful, comprehensive immigration plan or border security plan.
So a huge problem.
So it's not great.
No, not great. Not great.
It's not great for him politically, and it's not great for America.
And really quickly on this issue of unity. So the president will say, according to these excerpts, together we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. I will be watching both him and Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, as that line is delivered.
It just doesn't pass the laugh test. I mean, that's the kind of language that you would have expected from George W. Bush, not from Donald J. Trump. He may say it, but nobody's going to believe him or take him at his word. I mean, he's done nothing but stoke the divisions between Democrats and Republicans. He's constantly tweeting nasty grams at everybody. There's no reason why anybody would take him at face value on that.
All right, we're watching closely. Nick, Caitlin, Leslie, and Linda, thanks to you all. Let's turn now to our Tanya Rivera with a look at what to expect when it comes to fact-checking the speeches. Tanya?
Hi, Elaine. So we will have a team of journalists listening closely to the president's remarks tonight and those of Democrat Stacey Abrams. As we've done in the past, we'll be checking their comments against the facts in real time. We invite you to follow along on our website at cbsnews.com/fact-check. Now, if the president's tweets are any indication, we could be in for a busy night. For example, on Friday, he tweeted, large sections of the wall have already been built, with much more either under construction or ready to go. But that tweet does not tell the whole story. Money to build stretches of a new wall was approved under 2018 funding, but construction has not started yet. So we will be keeping a close eye on what is said tonight, and we'll have a fact check here after the speeches. And again, you can follow along in real time at cbsnews.com/fact check. Elaine?
All right, Tanya, thank you very much. Coming up, we will continue our State of the Union coverage. President Trump is expected to depart the White House in less than 30 minutes. We will bring you his address to the nation as soon as it begins. You're streaming CBSN.
I feel an incredible responsibility to be in the moderator position because people are overwhelmed by opinion right now. They are not necessarily always getting the kind of trusted, calm, contextualized analysis that we try to put on this program. This is moderating what a difficult place we are in our country, where often we can't have conversations. We have one on this show each week. We will tell you on Face the Nation what's important, we'll tell you why, and we will have the decision makers who are changing the country you're living in.
This is just one of the homes overtaken by mud.
Get out of here, go!
This is exactly what fire crews were afraid of. This is what many people are coming back to. This is where we will ride out the storm. This is one of the flashpoints right now situated in the...
This is a dangerous area.
This is what first responders are having to get around.
This is the most active eruption.
This
is the CBS Evening News.
President Trump is expected to make his way to Capitol Hill in just a few moments. Let's bring in CBS News Washington correspondent Paula Reed at the White House. So, Paula, what are you hearing about tonight's speech?
Elaine, just a short time ago, we did receive some excerpts of the president's speech, and it's interesting reading through this. There is certainly a nod to tradition and the usual calls for unity. He'll say that this isn't a Republican agenda or a Democratic agenda. He'll talk about how he is pushing for an agenda for the American people. He will also, as is custom, touch upon American exceptionalism. And though we know, however, even though he's calling for unity and bipartisanship, his behavior, as well as that of House Democrats over the past several months, really has not heeded that call for unity or bipartisanship. They have been engaged in a bitter battle over funding for what the president wants to see as a border wall along the southern border. He wants $5.7 billion for that project. So far, Democrats have said that he is not going to get any money for a wall, but they are willing to give him some money for border security. So it's particularly interested to see what he would say here about immigration. And Elaine, it looks like he may use more divisive language when it comes to talking about immigration. It looks like he wants to draw a line between what he describes as working class Americans and America's political class. And he says illegal immigration is the issue that really divides those two groups. A few other notable examples. We did expect him to bring up infrastructure, thinking that is an issue where he could get some bipartisan support. Also, he will seek some support from Congress for his administration's efforts to reduce drug prices. These are issues with broad appeal. He will also give a nod to his own efforts on criminal justice reform. He'll specifically tell the story of one defendant whose sentence he helped commute. So overall, Elaine, this is a lot of what we've been reporting over the past few days. This is very much what we expected. He will leave here from the White House in a short time to go give his State of the Union. And for the first time, he will be addressing a Democratic-led House.
Paula Reed at the White House for us. Paula, thank you. I want to bring back in Nick Thompson, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran. Welcome to you all. So let's do a bit of a comparison as we continue to keep our eye there on the south lawn of the White House, where we expect President Trump to be departing shortly here. But at last year's State of the Union, the president proposed an immigration reform package, Leslie. Those 4 pillars included $25 billion for border security, a path to citizenship for DACA recipients, an end to the diversity visa program, and an end to so-called chain migration, what others call family migration. Did we see, Leslie, any of those proposals come to fruition?
Not really. I mean, it was the start of how we got to where we are today. But what you have seen is an increase in the pressure to get this done as we're getting closer to the presidential election. And that's really what this is about. It's a campaign promise he wants to see executed one way or the other. And it's still committed to those 4. Well, I would say 2 of those pillars, 2 of them kind of fallen off. And there's other opportunity for compromise with the Democrats.
So prescription drug prices is something that the president also called for lowering. And here's a little bit of what he said.
One of my greatest priorities is to reduce the price of prescription drugs. In many other countries, these drugs cost far less than what we pay in the United States, and it's very, very unfair. That is why I've directed my administration to make fixing the injustice of high drug prices one of my top priorities for the year.
All right, so Linda, is that something that both parties can actually agree on and come to some kind of agreement to?
Both parties can certainly agree that prescription drug prices are a problem and that there needs to be something done about it. However, I can guarantee that Donald Trump's going to say that he's been doing something about it, despite the facts of the world dictating that prescription drug prices have continued to go up. And, you know, everyday ordinary people who are sitting at home watching this and have felt it hit their pocketbooks are going to be able to see through that.
I also want to play another clip, this time on prison reform. Let's listen to that.
America has also finally turned the page on decades of unfair trade deals that sacrificed our prosperity and shipped away our companies, our jobs, and our wealth. Our nation has lost its wealth, but we're getting it back so fast. The era of economic surrender is totally over. From now on, we expect trading relationships to be fair and, very importantly, reciprocal.
All right, so that was obviously not the correct clip. That was on prison reform. We'll talk about that in a moment. But let's talk about trade, Caitlin. So with the end of NAFTA, the start of the USMCA, do you think we're going to be seeing more trade deals like that in the future?
Well, you know, the president is in negotiations with China right now. That is kind of front and center when we're talking about trade policy. And both sides really are trying to get a deal here, because you have China, which, you know, they're experiencing slow economic growth right now because of the president's trade policies. This is something that that candidate Donald Trump campaigned vigorously on, and it's something that has distanced himself from members of his own party, has created kind of a schism there, and again, kind of scrambling alliances. You have some Democrats who are very supportive of the idea of, unilateral trade negotiations. So both sides kind of really wanting to get a deal here, and this is going to be kind of the first test in this segment of the president's term about whether he can actually strike a deal with China, because a lot of his actual, constituents, his members of his base, farmers, for example, are negatively impacted by this, and he'll need them in 2020.
Go ahead, Nick.
I mean, it's not just that. I mean, the relationship with China is the most important bilateral relationship in the world, right? They are soon going to become the richest power on Earth, surpassing us. Traditionally, when that happens, the two countries go to war. It'd be really great if that didn't happen, because that'd be bad for all of us. Meanwhile, we have this trade dispute that we're trying to work out, and then there's this huge technology problem in that the world is splitting into a United States technology sphere and a Chinese technology sphere, and these things are playing together. Meanwhile, as we try to make peace and try to resolve this, we've arrested a top executive of Huawei and are trying to extradite her. It's like if China had just arrested Sheryl Sandberg, right? Not a really popular thing in China. So you have all of this going on, and I'm super curious to hear what Trump says about it tonight.
I know the stakes are incredibly high when it comes to China.
They could not be higher. And I sometimes think we don't recognize the risks 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line from what we're doing right now.
All right, so let's go back to prison reform. I'm told that we do have that bite now. This is from last year's State of the Union.
As America regains its strength, opportunity must be extended to all citizens. That is why this year we will embark on reforming our prisons to help former inmates who have served their time get a second chance at life.
All right, so Leslie, the president did end up signing the First Step Act in December, and former inmate Alice Johnson is going to be attending the State of the Union as the president's guest. So is this perhaps another area where Republicans and Democrats can work together?
There definitely is. I mean, there's certainly a lot of frustration of what happened in previous Democratic administrations when it came to a mandatory sentencing and a lot of things that fundamentally, and it's interesting because you have a lot of evangelical Christians in the faith movement that has worked very hard on this issue.
It's a diverse coalition.
It really is, and when you look at that coalition, it's so broad in terms, but they fundamentally agree in fairness here, and that the system is wrought with fraud, with errors in terms, and it's not functioning properly. It is is really destroying a lot of lives. And I think with that respect, now there's a lot of celebrity involvement that, that the president that overshadows a really important issue a lot of people care about. But however we got there, and the president's moving the ball.
All right, Nick, Caitlin, Leslie, and Linda, thank you so much. Coming up, we are about half an hour away from the State of the Union. We will continue to bring you our coverage and analysis before the president's address begins at 9 p.m. Eastern. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. There it is, a live look at the White House. President Trump is set to leave the White House shortly before heading to Capitol Hill, where he'll be addressing a very different-looking Congress. The 116th Congress is made up of 89 freshmen in the House and 9 in the Senate. And for the first time, he'll be talking before a Democratic majority in the House. Let's check back in with CBS News correspondent Nicole Killion on Capitol Hill. So, Nicole, what are you hearing from lawmakers as they begin to file in?
Well, Lane, I think there's certainly a lot of excitement and a buzz here as we've watched lawmakers enter the House chamber. A short time ago, we saw House Speaker Nancy Pelosi walk into the chamber. She did not take any questions, but kind of nodded and gave pleasantries. But look, we've been talking to lawmakers throughout the afternoon and evening, and I think they really are just looking to the president to see what his message is tonight. Of course, we know the president has said it's going to be all about unification, but yet many lawmakers, Democrats in particular, want to know if the president is really sincere here. They agree that they can work with the president on issues like infrastructure and lowering the cost of prescription drugs. But of course, a big sticking point is going to be what he says about immigration and border security. We know the president has really been pressing to build a wall along the southern border. Democrats are pretty insistent that they don't want to provide any funding for that. We know congressional members are currently trying to resolve their differences in a conference committee. So again, I think lawmakers will be looking to this speech tonight to see what, if anything, comes out of it. Elaine?
All right, Nicole Killion for us. Nicole, thank you. Let's bring back our panel. We have Antoine Seawright and Caitlin Huey-Burns, along with Leslie Sanchez and Michael Graham. We're going to continue to keep our eye on that picture, though. But let me start with you, Caitlin. What do you think the president's approach is going to be here? You know, appearing before a House where the majority is now in Democratic hands, it's a very different feeling when you're navigating those halls, knowing it's a different group that you're facing.
It's a different group and going to be represented by that picture that we're going to see of Nancy Pelosi, a sea of white, and also behind him, Nancy Pelosi with Mike Pence. That's just going to be dramatically different from the past 2 years. Two things that I'm kind of looking at tonight when we're thinking about where the president's concerned. First, I think we do have to look at this as his kind of opening pitch for his re-election campaign, because he's talking about the State of the Union, but the State of the Union is directly related to him. And so he's going to want to talk about accomplishments, talk about his vision, and how he sees the country, especially as several of his already Democratic challengers are going to be sitting in that very audience. And the second thing is, you know, we're just coming off a month-long government shutdown, about to head into potentially another possible partial government shutdown. The president very much trying to make up ground here politically and from a public relations standpoint. He knows the damage that this shutdown inflicted upon him. He knows that he has to see that he's gotten the blame, at least as public polling is concerned. So I think this will be a way to make up some ground, or trying to make up some ground.
Michael, what do you think the expectations are from the president's base regarding his tone tonight? I mean, do they very much want him to go after Democrats in this kind of setting?
They don't like anybody in that room except him. They don't like the Democrats at all. They think that the wearing the white is like basically like an insult. They're trying to smear President Trump, and they ask, how can you be attacking Trump? Look at what's happening in Virginia, where you've got guys accused of sexual assault, and the Democrats don't even want to talk about it. And they don't like Congress Republicans. They don't like any of them. They like Trump. And this is one thing I think we underestimate is how much that unpopularity of Washington in general. Trump is, whatever he is, he's not Washington. He's something else. He could be something crazy or not competent, but he's something else, and that's one of the things that keeps his team with him.
Well, Antoine, if you're Nancy Pelosi, though, what are you thinking? It's been fascinating as we look at our first shots here, live shots at the chamber. You know, as the president makes his State of the Union address, knowing that you are presiding over this chamber where Democrats now have majority control in the House.
I think you're going to see leadership. I think you're going to see respect for the office of presidency. But I think you're going to see the speaker sit and chill tonight. Because guess what? The negotiating power is in her hands. She knows what the American people wants. She knows the makeup of the Senate. She knows that her caucus and Schumer's caucus are united. And she knows sitting in that audience are faces with issues that the president has to look them in the face and talk about the things that really matter to those people and impact them in a real way. She also knows that leopards do not change their spots and zebras will never change their stripes. So whatever comes out of the president's mouth tonight will be nothing to what he does when she's in a room with Schumer and herself trying to negotiate how do we keep our government open, but how do we pass what 70% of the American people want, and that's comprehensive immigration reform. And she also knows re-election is right around the corner for her caucus and the 2020 Republicans in the Senate.
So as our eagle-eyed viewers could spot there, Vice President Mike Pence has now entered. We also saw their Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. We saw, I believe that was Senator Schumer for a brief period of time there. But Leslie, I want to turn to you. In terms of the relationship now with lawmakers, when you talk about the Trump administration and, for instance, these negotiations that are happening right now, sure. Ultimately, what kind of position are these lawmakers in as they try to craft something that the president will sign? It's been said that it's very difficult to know when you have, for instance, the vice president saying the president would go for something and only to find out that in actuality that was not necessarily the case.
The vice president's always the last one to find out on anything, unfortunately. You know, ever since he's gotten
Speaker
in
Nancy
that job,
Pelosi, by the way, yes.
Ever since he started that job, he's the last guy to know. You know, it's unfortunate. But
what kind of position is he in, though?
Not a strong one. I say that. But from the president's perspective, I think what we heard was exactly right. The And I talked to several pollsters who are really focused on some key battleground states, and I asked specifically about the president's, kind of low approval numbers. They didn't care. They're like, nobody talked about President Obama's numbers at this point. They were low at that point too. And the bigger argument was Gallup last month came out with the same kind of survey that looked at Republicans and Democrats in Congress, and they were in the 20s in terms of approval rating support. They do not have a lot of political capital. So what are they eyeing? They're eyeing what can they accomplish this legislative year? What can they take back to their districts, which is what everybody's really focused on. And the president still has that momentum of raising dollars and having some prowess on the state level and really with the Republican National Committee. So what are they going to want to talk about? The economy, for sure. The jobs numbers, for sure. And keep up and bolster up that consumer confidence, which, despite everything we say about the government shutdown, and it did have an economic effect and a personal one for many people, you still see those numbers are strong. And I think as long as that remains consistent, the president has the upper hand.
But Leslie, that's what we heard from Republicans during the midterms, and we found out that health care dominated the day, and that's why you saw Democrats going on the offense talking about what we were for. So keep talking about the economy all you want, but keep in mind the economy is doing well for some, but it's not doing as well for others. And at the end of the day, independent thinkers are a key constituency going into the 2020 election, and the president has some issues there, particularly with the government shutdown and some of the things that he will unlikely be able to get done because we have a divided government.
But I don't think those independent voters are going to go back and say, wow, 2 years ago he shut the government down, because they're going to say, wow, 10 years ago, I mean, for the last 10 years, how many government shutdowns have we had? They're going to come back to, is their economy strong? Can they pay their bills when they're, at their kitchen table? Has health care improved in any way? And they're doing something with premiums, because they promised you'd keep your doctor.
Here's the president, by the way, entering. Let's see if he stops to say anything to the cameras before he gets in. It doesn't look like he is. All right, so there he is. Sorry to interrupt, Leslie. They were telling me, let's wait for a minute.
He's the first president ever where it's possible. They
can
stop right there and start talking.
Waving at us.
He did wave. He did wave to the cameras. But so Leslie, I mean, you were talking about this. The notion, though, I wonder about as he gets ready to make his way down Pennsylvania Avenue, is with his base, Michael. Is there room for him to even give the appearance of making a deal with Democrats on the issue of immigration? Or has the way in which he's framed things so far, $5.7 billion for a wall, and yes, he's tried to modify the language, however, that was not the chant at the rallies. The chant at the rallies was build that wall.
That's right.
Right, and Mexico will pay for it.
Based on
Chuck
what I've
Schumer,
seen,
by the way, Senator
based on
Chuck
what I've seen, including the increase in support among Republicans for Trump over the past 6 weeks, was just amazing. You think that's the reason why his numbers are down is because independents have collapsed. In some states, he's down in the teens. But the Republicans are sticking with him. He's their guy. They're going with him. They don't care. The math that I keep trying to remind my Republican friends of is they're almost at the point now where 50% of Americans said they will not vote for Trump. Period. How do you get past that?
Senator Warren, by the way, and if you are just joining us, there's a story that's broken in the Washington Post, that she was interviewed about. The Washington Post apparently using an open records request obtained Warren's registration card for the State Bar of Texas, providing a previously undisclosed example from Warren identifying as an American Indian. I'm reading directly from this article here by Annie Linsky and Amy Gardner. How problematic, Antoine, is this for her? Because remember, she's apologized for this notion of calling herself Native American, but now this raises the prospect there could be other documents out there that have yet to surface.
Well, I think it could be very problematic when you have a very intense primary with candidates who are all qualified, who are for the most part singing from the same hymn note. That could be problematic. It could be a separation factor for her when you look at Senator Kamala Harris's relationships with the same community or similar communities that Senator Warren talked about that she was a part of. The other thing is, I think what Democratic primary voters want, particularly in the African American community, let me speak to that for a second. They want honesty and transparency. This doesn't give off the honesty and transparency bug, so it could be very problematic. And that is a constituency she has to win. She absolutely has to win in order to continue her engine going down the political road to the White House.
There's no wiggle room there, nothing.
Absolutely not. And then when you have Kamala, who's an African American female, who says, you know what, you can't trust her, but you can definitely trust me, that's problematic.
And you've been hearing Warren weave that into her speeches on the campaign trail, the African American vote, talking about affordable housing as a way, kind of a through line to speak to that community. And it also, I mean, you bring up a really good point, which is that this is a really crowded field. Democrats have options. Right. It's not like they have to stick with one candidate. So any liability can become magnified when you have other options.
By the way, my producers are telling me that, in fact, as she was walking in, reporters asked her about this story, and her comment was, "Good to see you." So she declined to comment. You want to say something,
Well,
Michael?
just very quickly, I'm looking at the document. They posted it. And do you agree with me, Caitlin, that there's something, when you see something, you see her handwriting, American Indian, this person in 1986. Just very quickly, my grandfather is from Tulsa, near where she's from. His grandmother was a Native American, Cherokee Indian in the Indian Nation. I'm more Native American than her. Never in my life, ever. When someone asks me my race, and that's the word next to it is race, would I even think of putting American Indian? That's just not true. When you see it, it's hard to navigate around, I think.
Well, and I think it also puts more on her. So she's tried to talk about this story as something that Republicans brought into the conversation when she was running for senator in Massachusetts, which is true. They did bring that up, and the president now obviously has seized on that. But the question has always been, what was her role in advancing that? And we have already heard, concern from some voters that by doing this DNA test, it kind of furthered this storyline instead of bringing it back. And it gave, as one voter in Iowa put it, fodder for Donald Trump to go after her. So how she handles this, I think, is really important. I will note, though, that after the DNA test, she did have a pretty good rollout of her campaign. I followed her in Iowa on several stops, and she was very well received. She has a real fan base. I mean, people have been following her career for a while, so we'll see if that can negate some of this.
So as we are continuing to keep our eye on this image here, I just want, Antoine, if you could, just explain to our viewers, why is it that we're seeing many of these female lawmakers, Democratic lawmakers, wearing white?
Well, there are many reasons individually why the women in the Congress have said they're wearing white, but I see it as a sign of unity. Led by Speaker Pelosi, I see it as a sign of unity that her caucus is strong behind her, particularly a large segment of her caucus, and that's women. And I think it speaks to a continued theme. When you see tonight, you'll see Stacey Abrams, a female, who will be leading the charge in the rebuttal. And so that's a continued theme that Antoine took from this. And talking to a lot of members within the Democratic caucus, they all said, you know what, we're going to stick behind our women, because that is a consistent voting bloc that has shown up time and time again for Democrats. And we had a record number come across the finish line first in the midterms.
And notice that there is no Freedom Caucus for the Democrats. In other words, there is no organized resistance to their own party's leadership. That's Nancy Pelosi has unity that Paul Ryan could only have dreamed about.
That speaks to her power, and I mean, Caitlin, the level of control that she's been able to exert. It's been described as herding cats, I think, sometimes, trying to keep your caucus in line.
Right, and that was her pitch this whole time. Remember in the midterms when Republicans were trying to saddle Democrats with kind of using Nancy Pelosi as an albatross, or trying to hang it around Democratic candidates' necks, it didn't work. Democrats gained 40 seats and now have control of the House. And so this has always been her pitch, which is, you may not love me, you may think that the party needs to focus on kind of a younger generation coming up, but I can surely secure votes. And that has been her calling card. She's a prolific fundraiser, and she can get votes, and she proved that during this latest shutdown.
So Senator Bernie Sanders was there a moment ago. Antoine, I know you were talking about this earlier. He's actually going to be giving his own response. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, he's done this several years in the past, but this year is different, because for the first time in the history of, I think, of these State of Unions happening, we have an African-American female giving a response. And not just any female. I think we have the future of the party giving a response. A Yale graduate, former leader in the House of Representatives in Georgia, someone who's been on the front line for quality of life issues that matter, voting rights. If you see excerpts from her speech, it's a unified message that not only Democrats want to talk about, but I think the direction of the country. And the one thing Stacey was consistent about in her campaign, because I was involved, was a message of bringing independent thinkers.
Let's go ahead and listen in for a moment.
To escort the President of the United States into the chambers. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Bustos, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Hill. The gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator
All
from
right,
Iowa,
so as we continue to watch what's happening, CBS News has confirmed that Rick Perry is the designated survivor. For people who are familiar with this, there is a cabinet member who does not attend the State of the Union address in the event of some kind of calamity. And here it is the Energy Secretary, Rick Perry. When's the last time we actually heard from the Energy Secretary, Leslie? I feel like it's perhaps been a while.
That's probably why he's still here. I say that in good faith. I'm from Texas. You know, a Texan can say that.
The one thing you got to say that's working is the energy policy. Net exporter of petroleum, tons of jobs. It's cooking over there.
The president's going to talk about energy, though, but he's going to be talking about that the U.S. is the #1 producer of oil and natural gas in the world. So not renewable energy, but oil and gas. So there you have it. As we watch this, I want to read a little bit of color here. Oh, we are hearing that the president is now at the Capitol. We'll wait to see, but a little bit of color from one of our CBS News producers, Bo Erickson, who is there. He says, before the Senate entered the House chamber, the sea of Congresswomen in white outfits took a group photo on the floor, waved to their guests. Most of the female senators are not wearing white. Alice Johnson, who President Trump pardoned months ago, is seated in the First Lady's box. And Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney was chatting with Republicans there on the floor. So just a little bit of what's happening there at the Capitol. So as we await the president's entrance, let's remark on this, though. It is going to be perhaps for this commander-in-chief in particular, quite something I imagine to at the very least, you see the statement that is made, whatever that statement is for each individual. Nevertheless, you are visually struck. We know he's a visual person, right? And to look up and see a very different picture here as highlighted by the choice of wardrobe, Antoine, I imagine that was the goal here for these Democrats.
Well, I think I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day of the week, and that is a powerful sermon being preached by Democratic women in that room tonight. And you have to just think logically. Some of the issues that the president will talk about tonight has direct impact on women in particular in this country. And you have to realize that most women, particularly on the Democratic side, felt like he has been on the attack against them since going back to the campaign trail. So tonight was a strong message that they're unified and that Speaker Pelosi is the boss. And no one can argue with that. Her approval rating is at the highest it's been in 12 years. And I think the message tonight is a message of unity and strength.
And the president is going to say all Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. What's also interesting, you're seeing that sea of white. You're also seeing a field of women in the 2020 race, women already making history with the most women running for president than ever before. So we've been reporting on this for the past couple of weeks, which is this idea that there are so many women running for president now that there isn't a women's lane. They're running on issues, and Democrats hope that this kind of focuses in on that.
I do want to say, every time I see the women in white, I cannot discount the opposition movement in Cuba. That's what we used to see a lot, especially in Florida. It was founded in 2003 by the wives and female relatives of jailed dissidents. And so it's a very powerful protest movement that we've seen, especially in the Cuban community. So I do think there's some synergy there.
Some additional color here from our Bo Erickson. He says Alice Johnson is seated next to Jared Kushner, then Ivanka Trump, then Lara Trump. Across the aisle is Tiffany Trump. He does not currently see Don or Eric in the chamber. 2 rows ahead of the Trump children is Joshua Trump. You'll recall this is the 6th grader who is the guest of the First Ladies. An interesting choice there, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing of bringing people to represent, now that everybody's doing it, it's losing its power. You know what I mean? When Reagan did it, it was new. When the president was doing it, it was new. Now every member of Congress brings somebody. When Steve Steve King of Iowa is bringing either diamond or silk, I forget which one. You now know the wheels have come off the thing.
But they're bringing a Trump because of bullying.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
he's being
the bullier in chief himself is the guy who's going to be giving remarks tonight.
And his counter argument is, you can't even be named Trump. You can't even wear the hat. You can't even support me without being attacked in restaurants, etc. So they both sides have their narrative. They're both going to tell it, and it's going to resonate with the people who already agree. No one who's chasing Trump supporters out of restaurants in Boston is going to go, you know what, I should stop doing that now because this poor kid named Trump from wherever he's from.
I believe that was Senator Kamala Harris. Is that right, control room? I saw her there. Interesting, Antoine, that she gave almost a rebuttal earlier today on Facebook, I believe it was, not that long ago. What do you think the reason for that was? Because you do have Stacey Abrams as the Democrats' choice to give the response to the State of the Union, which is traditionally how the Democratic response is given.
Well, a couple of things. One is called the separation factor in a crowded primary, but also you did not see
trying to capitalize on the attention.
You did not see too many
Supreme Court files in. Yes,
you did not see too many senators speak prior to the State of the State of the Union address tonight. So I think she was one. I think that was very orchestrated by the campaign, but I think it gave her a chance to really get her say-so in, because after the State of the State tonight, every candidate is going to give a written response or going to be on air, but she set the tone early and saying, you know what, I already know what we're going to hear. It's going to be the same old, but let me tell you what we need to be talking about as Americans and what we need to be doing as elected representatives.
What about this image that we're seeing here? Neil Gorsuch, Caitlin, as we watch
Brett
Kavanaugh. You know, I would expect the president to obviously acknowledge and highlight that as one of his accomplishments.
Right, absolutely. This president, one thing that he has done that has united the Republican Party around him is this promise to select judges, not only for the Supreme Court, but judgeships across the country. And so that is a promise made and a promise kept that the president plays into. And Republicans, no matter what they think of this president, you talk to them over and over again, they point to that as the one shining accomplishment.
But where's Ruth Bader Ginsburg? I didn't see her in the lineup. Did I miss that? I can't. The number one question when I was talking to people about what's going to happen today, will she be there?
She was out earlier today. For the first time, people seen her visible today. So she was out.
People are definitely noting whether she's there. Justice Thomas doesn't attend. Justice Alito, they don't attend based on philosophy. But it's interesting to see if the notorious RBG is here. I don't think she is.
But to Caitlin's point, he's brought in judges, qualified or not. He's confirmed his judges. He's done what he said he was going to do. And Lindsey Graham, my senator from South Carolina, has been a big help in making sure they push judges through the process. And for Democrats who are watching this program, elections have consequences, lifetime consequences, because judges are appointed to the bench for a lifetime.
Absolutely, and we're talking about Ruth Bader Ginsburg here. We're talking about 2020. I mean, do Democrats start to make this an organizing principle of the party the way that Republicans have been successful at doing?
Senator Joe Manchin, I believe, is that who we saw earlier? Yes, okay. Yeah, I have to apologize. I don't have my glasses on, so
one of the few surviving Democrats from red states who survived an election in 2018 this past November.
And here is the First Lady entering. Let's take a moment to listen to this. Right, the First Lady has taken her seat there. It's interesting when you think about her role and sort of the evolution. Michael, I think it's fair to say it's still evolving, right?
Her role?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know where. It's interesting that the time that she drifts into politics, the one time she got involved in a White House staffing issue, the reporting was so immediate and visceral. Then you find out that actually what happened was kind of standard issue. This is how things were resolved. People don't want to hear that. This couple, they're so media magnetic. Everything is boom.
Yeah. When we see members of the president's cabinet, let's go ahead and listen and watch. All right, as we continue to watch that members of the president's cabinet, there, of course, is Homeland Security Secretary, Kirstjen Nielsen, that is Elaine Chao that we are seeing there. Of course, we're waiting for the president here at any moment to enter the House chamber, but there is Acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker. A lot of attention, of course, on his department at the Department of Justice and what will happen there. This is a busy time in Washington. There has been no shortage of headlines having to do with the Justice Department and the Mueller investigation in particular, but that is likely something we will not be hearing about as the president takes the podium there to make this State of the Union address, as we've been discussing all night. Many, many reasons, Leslie and Michael, why the president, while that investigation certainly looms large, it is not something the president benefits from to raise, especially not in a forum and especially not with an immediate audience like this, where Democrats are in the majority in the House.
That's very true, Elaine, and having been to many of these, you know, obviously not inside their chamber. Right. Well, actually, that's different. But the point is that it's very intimate in there when you are in there with the most powerful people in one area. But the president knows, and they know they're speaking to the country, and they're trying to, while they have that audience there, they really are trying to connect on those bigger ideals and trying to lay out a roadmap for where they're taking the country for the next year and get some consensus along the way. And so we see these kind of like political theater, and this is a perfect example of that. There's a really strong sense of being a proud American when you're there in that room, and I think that's fundamentally what you can't not get excited when you're there, regardless of how you got there. It's an awe-inspiring thing to be in that room.
What about that, Michael? I mean, the atmosphere here, and we know, as we were talking about earlier, how much the president is attuned to visuals and stagecraft and sort of choreography. And this is, in our American political tradition, perhaps one of the most choreographed moments in our history.
So Larry Sabato was on earlier,
right,
talking about how media have changed, how these are viewed. Calvin Coolidge was the first to broadcast over the radio, bring it into your home.
Right.
Then Truman was the first on TV, and all of a sudden you got some. And then JFK knew how to use television pretty well. Reagan took it to another level. But now we're in this area where your screen is this wonderful phone that I watch my CBSN on all the time, and you carry it around. And I think that's changed. I wonder if the pomp and circumstance has the same impact on a generation whose primary media have been internet and digital. I don't know that it's the same as it was for my parents.
All right, let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. Many of us have campaigned on the same core promises to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes. Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchik. Please. gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles. Thank you, Buzz. This year, American astronauts will go back to space on American rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our community safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it. We have created 5.3 million new jobs, and importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office, and we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world, not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century. African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. 157 million people at work. We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit. We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, Right to Try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations. And we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America America is again winning each and every day. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant, and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate, in some cases years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA reforms, and after 4 decades of rejection, we passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I heard through friends the story of Alice Johnson. I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. Big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all America. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang MS-13 now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common-sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need, and these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Very great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal. But no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words: Made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, and together we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others. Or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. 2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face and have for many years is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations, we will be able to reduce our troops' presence and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement, but we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace, and the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer Timothy Matson raced into the gunfire and was shot 7 times chasing down the killer, and he was very successful. Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. but he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Mattson, please. Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you very much. Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor, Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began. But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday. They wouldn't do that for me, Judah. Judah says he can still remember the exact moment nearly 75 years ago, after 10 months in a concentration camp, when he and his family were put on a train and told they were going to another camp. Suddenly, the train screeched to a very strong halt. A soldier appeared. Judah's family braced for the absolute worst. Then his father cried out with joy, "It's the Americans! It's the Americans!" Thank you. A second Holocaust survivor who is here tonight, Joshua Kaufman, was a prisoner at Dachau. He remembers watching through a hole in the wall of a cattle car as American soldiers rolled in with tanks. To me, Joshua recalls, the American soldiers were proof that God exists. And they came down from the sky. They came down from heaven. I began this evening by honoring 3 soldiers who fought on D-Day in the Second World War. One of them was Herman Zaitchik. But there is more to Herman's story. A year after he stormed the beaches of Normandy, Herman was one of the American soldiers who helped liberate Dachau. He was one of the Americans who helped rescue Joshua from that hell on earth. Almost 75 years later, Herman and Joshua are both together in the gallery tonight, seated side by side, here in the home of American freedom. Herman and Joshua, your presence this evening is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. When American soldiers set out beneath the dark skies over the English Channel in the early hours of D-Day 1944, they were just young men of 18 and 19 hurtling on fragile landing craft toward the most momentous battle in the history of war. They did not know if they would survive the hour. They did not know if they would grow old, but they knew that America had to prevail. Their cause was this nation and generations yet unborn. Why did they do it? They did it for America. They did it for us. Everything that has come since our triumph over communism, our giant leaps of science and discovery, our unrivaled progress towards equality and justice, all of it is possible thanks to the blood and tears and courage and vision of the Americans who came before. Think of this Capitol. Think of this very chamber where lawmakers before you voted to end slavery, to build the railroads and the highways, and defeat fascism, to secure civil rights, and to face down evil empires. Here tonight, we have legislators from across this magnificent republic. You have come from the rocky shores of Maine and the volcanic peaks of Hawaii, from the snowy woods of Wisconsin and the red deserts of Arizona, from the green farms of Kentucky and the golden beaches of California. Together, we represent the most extraordinary nation in all of history. What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? I ask the men and women of this Congress, look at the opportunities before us. Our most thrilling achievements are still ahead. Our most exciting journeys still await. Our biggest victories are still to come. We have not yet begun to dream. We must choose whether we are defined by our differences or whether we dare to transcend them. We must choose whether we squander our great inheritance or whether we proudly declare that we are Americans. We do the incredible. We defy the impossible. We conquer the unknown. This is the time to reignite the American imagination. This is the time to search for the tallest summit and set our sights on the brightest star. This is the time to rekindle the bonds of love and loyalty and memory that link us together as citizens, as neighbors, as patriots. This is our future, our fate, and our choice to make. I am asking you to choose greatness. No matter the trials we face, no matter the challenges to come, we must go forward together. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls. And we must always keep faith in America's destiny. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you so much for joining us. President Trump has just delivered his second State of the Union address, his first under a divided government. Just weeks after the end of a partial government shutdown, the president called for bipartisanship and unity. He pushed for border security and lower prescription drug prices. He touted the country's economic successes and what he called a revolution in American energy. And he announced he will have a second meeting with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un at the end of this month in Vietnam. I want to bring in our all-star panel. Linda Tran is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Leslie Sanchez is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. And Michael Graham is a Republican strategist and CBSN political contributor. Welcome to you all. Let me start with you, Caitlin. What stood out to you from the president's address tonight?
Well, what stood out were these moments that were unscripted when the women of Congress, dressed in white, Democrats, were applauding themselves when the president was talking about this being a banner year for women in terms of jobs. They took it to mean their own jobs because we saw a record number of women enter Congress. And it was a really nice, actually, bipartisan moment because the president let them have their applause, and he said that was great and kind of welcomed that in a way. So I think that was a moment in a highly scripted, highly choreographed night that was kind of a moment that showed goodness on kind of all sides.
Yeah. What did you think, Linda? What stood out to you?
So many things, but I mean, he repeated a lot of these claims about crime among immigrants that have been debunked over and over and over again. You know, we heard from him the same arguments for this border wall, albeit he called it a barrier again as opposed to a wall. Not a lot of surprises on that front, and also notably not likely that Democrats are going to be coming around to his side of the aisle on that front.
What about you, Leslie?
I thought he made a powerful case that we've heard many times, but he tied it all together with respect to the wall. You know, he kind of doubled down on that, and he also layered in the immigration, which is what we said we expected. But I thought he did a very good job of explaining the critical aspects of that.
Michael, what about you?
Well, I thought it was interesting how much he talked about things in a moral context. You know, Trump does not talk morality. He talks other things. He's a transactional politician. I got something for you if you get something for me. He put the wall in the terms of morality when he talked about children's cancer. He talked about it that way. He tried to talk about the economy, about how it makes people's lives better. You know, it's better for them as people, not just you have more money, but he brought this again and again, this notion of kind of putting things in a good versus bad or good versus evil kind of context, sometimes overtly, sometimes subtly, and that was not typical Trump. The immigration talk was very typical Trump for the most part, and I kept thinking to myself, if he would cut this down to a third, and stick to the stuff that works and really put the Democrats on the spot about, well, why not a wall? It's not going to hurt anything. What the heck? You know, there's nothing wrong with having a wall. We got them all over the place already now anyway. But no, he can't do that. He always has to go step and step and step and step.
And he couldn't resist jabbing Ralph Northam. I mean, that was very much classic Trump as well.
Also, this stood out to me. Towards the top of the president's address, the president raised this issue that we all had said going into it he was not going to raise, and that is the Mueller investigation. And that was something that, in my mind, Caitlin, you know, looking at the sort of cost-benefit analysis of it, there did not seem to be a benefit necessarily to raising it. However, when we look at the president's remarks, he said this about the, this was coming on the heels of the economy comments, where the president said an economic miracle is taking place in the United States. The only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be a peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation.
Legislation, not investigation. Is that the 2020 re-election campaign? And it was really interesting that the camera shifted to Adam Schiff, who is the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. He was not playing along with that one. He wants to very much move forward with investigations, and so do a lot of Democrats, because they feel like oversight of this administration had been lacking while Republicans were in control, and Democrats are very much looking forward to having that oversight ability in this Congress. The president has always seen the Russia investigation as a cloud over his administration and an impediment to his agenda, and he's undermined it from the very beginning, and that has had an effect among his supporters. Lots of Republicans say that this investigation needs to wrap up, both the Mueller probe and those in Congress. Democrats feeling the opposite view. So it's very interesting that he referenced that tonight.
So let's go ahead, and you talked about the claims that the president made, Linda. CBS News was fact-checking the president during his address for the results. We're going to go now to my colleague, Tanya Rivero. Tanya?
Yeah, thanks, Elaine. And Gabe DiBenedetti is also here with me to break this down. He's a national correspondent for New York Magazine. Gabe, great to have you with us. So our fabulous team of fact-checkers was on top of every statement the president made. And interestingly, most of the stuff he said about the economy was pretty much true. It was predominantly true. He stuck to his script a lot tonight. So, Gabe, what did you make of his remarks, especially around the economy and jobs?
Well, for the most part, what he was saying was true. The economy is doing pretty well. But what I was pretty interested in, and I think we're going to talk about this a little bit, is what he was saying with China and the tariffs there. He was saying, you know...
We actually, you know what? Let's play the soundbite.
Sure.
We have the soundbite. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion worth of Chinese goods. Can we play it?
We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars.
The Treasury is taking in a lot of money, but it's not coming from China.
Right. What he seemed to be implying there was that the Chinese people or the government in China or Chinese corporations are paying into the U.S. Treasury. That's not true. It's the importers, the American corporations, and therefore the American consumers that are paying because of these tariffs. And obviously, you know, have a lot of Americans feeling that that hurts them, definitely. But listen, what Trump said broadly about the economy is true, and that it is going pretty well. In the macro sense, of course, there's a lot of reasons for worry. But when he talks about these tariffs, it's very important to note it's actually American consumers that are hurting here.
Now, I want to get to some of the statements that he made regarding immigration, because, of course, he made a big push for the wall, and a lot of that had to do with illegal immigration at the border. He said year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal illegal aliens. Well, it's a little complicated, right? The picture is we don't have exact numbers for how many crimes are committed by undocumented immigrants, but studies say that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than American-born citizens. So again, that's something that he has repeated many times. Also, the statement, 1 in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. He's talking about the caravans coming up from Central America. and that's a little hard to prove.
Yeah, he's talking about one study, people think, when he uses that statistic, that is really not necessarily covering the overall situation there. It's very hard, of course, to get statistics on what's actually going on when people are coming towards the United States. But listen, these are statistics and so-called facts that he talks about all the time because he's going back to his base. So when he's talking about this immigration message, this tough on immigration message, he has been fact-checked on these things over and over, but you just know he's going to say it again because he always does.
He absolutely always does. Gabe, thank you so much. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We're going to take you now to Atlanta, where former Georgia state legislator Stacey, she's not yet started. Elaine, we're going to take it back to you.
Okay, that's right. We are standing by for Stacey Abrams. And in the 30 seconds that we have, let me just ask you, Michael, very quickly, if the president was attempting to call for unity, not just with Democrats, but with Republicans, do you think that speech did it?
I mean, it was directed towards his base, definitely, but not a lot of stuff across the aisle. I didn't see a lot of opportunities for Democrats to reach across.
And so, in the idea of anyone that might have been thinking of challenging him, what do you think that did?
I had a message from my Republican friends in the aftermath. Home run, loved it. Great job, put Democrats in a box. That's I get that from like a dozen people since the speech ended.
I see. All right. And so momentarily we are going to be hearing from former Georgia state legislator Stacey Abrams. She was the State House Minority Leader and, of course, the Democratic gubernatorial candidate. Let's listen in.
Stacey Abrams, and I'm honored to join the conversation about the state of our union. Growing up, my family went back and forth between lower middle class and working class. Yet even when they came home weary and bone-tired, my parents found a way to show us all who we could be. My librarian mother taught us to love learning. My father, a shipyard worker, put in overtime and extra shifts, and they made sure we volunteered to help others. Later, they both became United Methodist ministers, an expression of the faith that guides us. These were our family values: faith, service, education, and responsibility. Now, we only had one car, so sometimes my dad had to hitchhike and walk long stretches during the 30-mile trip home from the shipyards. One rainy night, my mom got worried. We piled in the car and went out looking for him, and we eventually found my dad making his way along the road, soaked and shivering in his shirt sleeves. When he got in the car, my mom asked if he'd left his coat at work. He explained that he'd given it to a homeless man he'd met on the highway. When we asked why he'd given away his only jacket, my dad turned to us and said, "I knew when I left that man he'd still be alone, but I could give him my coat because I knew you were coming for me." Our power and strength as Americans lives in our hard work and our belief in more. My family understood firsthand that while success is not guaranteed, we live in a nation where opportunity is possible. But we do not succeed alone. In these United States, when times are tough, we can persevere because our friends and neighbors will come for us. Our first responders will come for us. It is this mantra, this uncommon grace of community, that has driven me to become an attorney, a small business owner, a writer, and most recently, the Democratic nominee for governor of Georgia. My reason for running was simple. I love our country and its promise of opportunity for all. And I stand here tonight because I hold fast to my father's credo. Together, we are coming for America, for a better America. Just a few weeks ago, I joined volunteers to distribute meals to furloughed federal workers. They waited in line for a box of food and a sliver of hope since they hadn't received paychecks in weeks. Making livelihoods of our federal workers a pawn for political games is a disgrace. The shutdown was a stunt engineered by the President of the United States, one that defied every tenet of fairness and abandoned not just our people, but our values. For 7 years, I led the Democratic Party in the Georgia House of Representatives. I didn't always agree with the Republican speaker or governor, but I understood that our constituents didn't care about our political parties. They cared about their lives. So when we had to negotiate criminal justice reform or transportation or foster care improvements, the leaders of our state didn't shut down. We came together and we kept our word. It should be no different in our nation's capital. We may come from different sides of the political aisle, but our joint commitment to the ideals of this nation cannot be negotiable. Our most urgent work is to realize Americans' dreams of today and tomorrow, to carve a path to independence and prosperity that can last a lifetime. Children deserve an excellent education from cradle to career. We owe them safe schools and the highest standards, regardless of zip code. Yet this White House responds timidly, while first graders practice active shooter drills, and the price of higher education grows ever steeper. From now on, our leaders must be willing to tackle gun safety measures and face the crippling effect of educational loans, to support educators and invest what is necessary to unleash the power of America's greatest minds. In Georgia and around the country, people are striving for a middle class where a salary truly equals economic security. But instead, families' hopes are being crushed by Republican leadership that ignores real life or just doesn't understand it. Under the current administration, far too many hard-working Americans are falling behind, living paycheck to paycheck, most without labor unions to protect them from even worse harm. The Republican tax bill rigged the system against working people. Rather than bringing back jobs, plants are closing, layoffs are looming, and wages struggle to keep pace with the actual cost of living. We owe more to the millions of everyday folks who keep our economy running, like truck drivers forced to buy their own rigs, farmers caught in a trade war, small business owners in search of capital, and domestic workers serving without labor protections. Women and men who could thrive if only they had the support and freedom to do so. We know bipartisanship could craft a 21st century immigration plan, but this administration chooses to cage children and tear families apart. Compassionate treatment at the border is not the same as open borders. President Reagan understood this. President Obama understood this. Americans understand this. And Democrats stand ready to effectively secure our ports and borders. But we must all embrace that from agriculture to healthcare to entrepreneurship, America is made stronger by the presence of immigrants, not walls. And rather than suing to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, as Republican attorneys general have, our leaders must protect the progress we've made and commit to expanding healthcare and lowering costs for everyone. My father has battled prostate cancer for years. To help cover the cost, I found myself sinking deeper into debt, because while you can defer some payments, you can't defer cancer treatment. In this great nation, Americans are skipping blood pressure pills, forced to choose between buying medicine or paying rent. Maternal mortality rates show that mothers, especially Black mothers, risk death to give birth. And in 14 states, including my home state, where a majority want it, our leaders refuse to expand Medicaid, which could save rural hospitals, save economies, and save lives. We can do so much more. Take action on climate change. Defend individual liberties with fair-minded judges. But none of these ambitions are possible without the bedrock guarantee of our right to vote. Let's be clear. Voter suppression is real. From making it harder to register and stay on the rolls, to moving and closing polling places, to rejecting lawful ballots, we can no longer ignore these threats to democracy. While I acknowledge the results of the 2018 election here in Georgia, I did not, and we cannot, accept efforts to undermine our right to vote. That's why I started a nonpartisan organization called Fair Fight to advocate for voting rights. This is the next battle for our democracy, one where all eligible citizens can have their say about the vision we want for our country. We must reject the cynicism that says allowing every eligible vote to be cast and counted is a power grab. Americans understand that these are the values our brave men and women in uniform and our veterans risk their lives to defend. The foundation of our moral leadership around the globe is free and fair elections, where voters pick their leaders, not where politicians pick their voters. In this time of division and crisis, we must come together and stand for and with one another. America has stumbled time and again on its quest towards justice and equality. But with each generation, we have revisited our fundamental truths, and where we falter, we make amends. We fought Jim Crow with the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Yet we continue to confront racism from our past and in our present, which is why we must hold everyone from the highest offices to our own families accountable for racist words and deeds, and call racism what it is: wrong. America achieved a measure of reproductive justice in Roe v. Wade, but we must never forget it is immoral to allow politicians to harm women and families to advance a political agenda. We affirmed marriage equality, and yet the LGBTQ community remains under attack. So, even as I am very disappointed by the president's approach to our problems, I still don't want him to fail. But we need him to tell the truth and to respect his duties and respect the extraordinary diversity that defines America. Our progress has always been found in the refuge, in the basic instinct of the American experiment, to do right by our people. And with a renewed commitment to social and economic justice, we will create a stronger America together. Because America wins by fighting for our shared values against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is who we are. And when we do so, never wavering, the state of our union will always be strong. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
All right, you've been watching the Democratic response there delivered by former Georgia State House Minority Leader Stacey Abrams, who, of course, was the Democratic gubernatorial candidate in Georgia there. And I want to bring in our panel right now. Linda Tran is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Antoine Seawright is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Michael Graham is a Republican strategist and CBSN political contributor. All right, I'd like to start with you, Antoine. What stood out from what we just heard there from Stacey Abrams?
In 5 minutes, I think she covered the agenda that's on the hearts and minds of everyday people, whether you're black, white, rich, or poor, Democrat, Republican, whether you're from California or South Carolina, in the first 5 minutes of her speech. And why I appreciate the president and his address to the nation, at the end of the day, Stacey Abrams is what is on the hearts and minds of everyday people, more so than the political rhetoric we heard from Donald Trump. This thing is not hard, these broken links in this chain called the American experiment. It's not hard to put together, but when we talk in a certain tone, when we lay out the issues in a truthful manner, and we work together as Democrats and Republicans and not label these as two-party issues, we can be what America needs to be and what we should be, not just for us, but for future generations. And I applaud my sister, my friend, and someone who I admire and who represents everything we need to be fighting for in this country.
So, Michael, she did not shy away from training her fire on President Trump. She said this of the shutdown, quote, "The shutdown was a stunt engineered by the President of the United States, one that defied every tenet of fairness and abandoned not just our people, but our values."
And she said that the tax cut was rigging the system to hurt people. In other words, it wasn't just a tax policy because you want to have revenue or growth. No, you want to hurt people. And that's pretty tough talk. Interestingly, what I think
that can be
Republicans,
to be clear.
Yeah, it can be fact-checked. Well, actually, that can't be fact-checked. That's just a matter of opinion. I mean, I don't want to fact-check because I thought was, to me, what really jumped out was at the end when she said, "I don't want this president to fail."
Right.
And I think it reflects where we are, that seemed edgy that seemed like, wow, look at her, she's going out
Democrats
there.
are saying
exactly,
that.
because I don't know that there are a lot of Democrats who wanted to hear it, and I bet a lot of Republicans kind of said, good for you saying that. They don't hear that very often from the other side of the aisle.
What do you think about that, Linda?
Well, I mean, she clearly set out to deliver a speech that was truly about unity. It was truly about putting America first, putting it above partisanship.
She did take a lot of tough shots.
She did. However, she also reached out, an olive branch in a lot of ways, and talking about immigration reform and talking about all the things that we should aspire to as a nation. And she delivered it in a way that Donald Trump just failed to do. I mean, I've heard that she either entirely or played a very, very heavy hand in writing her own remarks, which I think, probably has a lot to do with the fact that it came across as authentically Stacey Abrams. And, now America, if they weren't paying attention before, they now understand why we've been talking about her as a star. I mean, she delivered on something that should be an extraordinarily difficult task to rebut the president, basically, coming off of the State of the Union.
Right, because, Caitlin, that's what we've been talking about going into this so-called State of the Union response curse, where in the past it has been fraught with peril, this job of responding to the president's State of the Union address. Another thing that stood out to me was her talk when it came to immigration. She said, we know bipartisanship could craft a 21st century immigration plan, but this administration chooses to cage children and tear families apart. Compassionate treatment at the border is not the same as open borders. Clearly a direct sort of rejoinder of what we've heard the Republican criticism of Democrats to be.
Absolutely, and to what the president outlined in his speech tonight. Although he did try to have some unifying themes, his rhetoric on immigration was basic Trump, the kind of Trump that we saw on the campaign trail to the presidency. So that was a direct response to that particular line of rhetoric and policy. And, if you're thinking about tonight as kind of the starting point, really, of the 2020 campaign, you're seeing the president's vision of America and what he believes our State of the Union is, and you're seeing this Democratic response, and you're seeing the contrast there on the same set of issues, on the economy, on immigration, on education, on healthcare, same set of issues, very different visions, and I think that was laid out tonight.
The difference is the delivery and the tone, and that was the distinct difference between what you saw tonight. In the first 5 minutes of her speech, Stacey laid out issues that poll over 50 to 60% regardless of political party. And I think she, again, spoke to what real American want. Not people who live in the political bubble we live in, but everyday people who go to work, sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs, forget about making ends meet, who are trying to put 2 ends together, hoping they would meet. The things that keep people up at night, she spoke to those. And the thing that made me almost tear up while I was sitting here listening to her, I have nieces. I don't have a daughter. I don't have children. But I can just see little black girls in rural South Carolina, where I'm from, saying, you know what, I can be on that stage laying out issues that matter to my community. That was the most touching thing about that tonight. It was a very historic and emotional night for me to see Stacey.
It was also very biographical. Usually when the responses, it's kind of like debate club. Now you get your 5 minutes, you try to get in your points, your facts, whatever. She talked about her dad, she talked about how she grew up, she talked about he didn't have a car. Very much about Stacey Abrams, and on the one hand, that's compelling. People are interested in people a lot more than they are ideas.
Because it was probably her introduction for a lot of people,
Exactly.
right?
The second thing is, if you're a politician who has ambition, not a bad way to use that platform.
But it's also a classical best practice if you're an organizer. What you saw was Stacey Abrams, the organizer, on display. She laid out the picture of her, the way that she relates to you, and then she essentially issued calls to action around all of these issues that we've been talking about. It's just classic organizing.
Yeah, there's a lot more to digest here, but we are going to take a quick break. Much more of our State of the Union coverage up next. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
This is all North Korean art.
All North Korean.
Weren't you effectively lining the pockets of the North Korean regime?
No.
All North Korean art is produced by a government arm called Mansudae, now being scrutinized as an important financial pipeline.
没有理由的，而且是这个是我的私有财产，而且这个是艺术品。
That sanctions have never worked.
This is extraordinary. This is important.
This is an issue of national security.
This is sure to be a high-stakes hearing.
This is some of the worst of Florence.
This is home.
Yeah, this is home.
This is what they have to contend with.
This is bigger, though, than opening up the borders.
This is something that has altered your life.
This is a really big deal.
This is historic.
This is what it's like covering a story here in China.
This.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us. On Tuesday night, President Trump delivered his second State of the Union address. Just weeks after the end of a partial government shutdown, he called for bipartisanship and unity. And days before a potential second shutdown, the president said both parties must join together to confront what he's calling an urgent national crisis.
We must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness.
After his remarks, former Georgia State House Minority Leader Stacey Abrams delivered the Democratic response. She called the recent government shutdown a political stunt that used federal workers as pawns.
Just a few weeks ago, I joined volunteers to distribute meals to furloughed federal workers. They waited in line for a box of food and a sliver of hope since they hadn't received paychecks in weeks. Making livelihoods of our federal workers a pawn for political games is a disgrace. The shutdown was a stunt engineered by the President of the United States, one that defied every tenet of fairness and abandoned not just our people, but our values.
Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett is at the White House. Major, I want to ask about foreign policy. We heard the president say that he will hold a second meeting with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader. That's set to take place at the end of this month in Vietnam. Do we know how that meeting came to be?
Through communications at the highest levels of the U.S. and North Korean government, not just written communication between the president and Chairman Kim Jong-un, but the top North Korean negotiators who have been shuttling back and forth here to Washington and New York to have conversations about what the contours of a summit might be. Interestingly, we asked Sarah Sanders, the White House press secretary today, if she could point to anything that has really gone to the crux of this matter, denuclearization by North Korea. She couldn't say anything, but what she said is she said about the lack of progress there, when two world leaders meet, no one should question that. Essentially asserting that summits for the sake of summitry are have a news value all their own, and underlying details about denuclearization can be saved for another day. Well, that may be the administration's bid going in, but that is the crux of the matter. Will North Korea give up its nuclear weapons? Only last week, the director of national intelligence, Dan Coats, said probably not. that was one of the comments that irritated the president. So this summit and its announcement comes amid the intelligence community saying this is still a problem and it's not going to be resolved in the near future, and then questions arising, what actually is the agenda for this summit? What will the U.S. gain other than another round of pictures with Kim Jong-un?
All right, Major Garrett at the White House for us. Major, thanks very much.
Sure.
And moments ago, President Trump returned to the White House. Let's take a look at the images of that. Do we have those images? Okay, there they are. The images of President Trump returning. That is the vantage point, apparently, from the motorcade as the president returned there to the South Lawn of the White House after delivering his second State of the Union address. I want to bring in our all-star panel as we continue to watch this picture here. Leslie Sanchez is not with us, but we have Nick Thompson, we have Caitlin Huey-Burns, Antoine Seawright, and we have Michael Graham here. So let's start with what we heard from President Trump. There were questions about how it was the president going into the evening was going to actually send this message of unity. Michael, what are your thoughts on what we heard from the president on that front tonight?
Well, I think it was, he said we need unity, and then let me tell you what he needs to unite behind me and my stuff. But did you just get a sense that the fundamental weakness in his position? We've got to stop all this bickering and fighting, and we've got to stop the resistance. Well, why? Why did it stop? Because he's losing. Because he can't move forward, because he can't even get Nancy Pelosi to sit down with him. As Antoine has pointed out several times tonight, the unity of the Democrats is 100%. There's no peeling off. And so you could say, on the one hand, he's right. We do need to rise above partisanship. But then again, Democrats are thinking, partisanship's working for us great right now. We're winning this knife fight. Why would we put down the knife?
What do you think, Antoine?
When you look at simple poll numbers of what the American people think, more people in line with what Democrats want at this point than I think what the president laid out tonight or tried to lay out. And this whole idea, I knew we were going to get hoodwinked about this idea of unity because he started out good, but I'm convinced it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And he finished in the middle of his speech. He went on the attack. He went to his comfort zone. And it went from the State of the Union address to a campaign speech. And that's what we fundamentally continue to hear from this president. But I think people are not convinced by that. And I'm just so proud the follow-up from Democrats spoke to what I think the American people want versus what Trump wants. And thank God for the fact checkers tonight. We should be giving them a round of applause, hugs, a great big God bless you, because they are very important to holding this president and this administration accountable, particularly when we hear rhetoric like we heard tonight.
The funny thing about the speech, with the structuring you said, it did start with, it was like a sandwich, right? The beginning was kind of like nice and friendly, and then the middle was just like, I get red meat sandwich. And then we had, at the end, was again a State of the Union speech where he was talking about
bread.
Yeah, it was like bread, red meat, bread. That's the structure. They drew it up that way.
And what did you think, Caitlin? Because a lot of the rhetoric on immigration, they were familiar themes. What we heard the president talk about, he did talk about sending additional troops to the border, but in terms of what we've heard regarding MS-13, for instance, and the threat that the president says is posed by that gang, these are themes that we've certainly heard before.
Absolutely. He's talked about MS-13 a lot, and he talked about it tonight. One of his guests was someone who had, whose mother, I believe, or grandmother was killed by an undocumented immigrant. That's the zone that Trump is very comfortable in, and he wanted to use this platform to kind of talk about this. Does tonight change anything? No. Tomorrow it will, likely go back, or tonight, actually, I should say, kind of go back to the status quo. But I do think, again, we should kind of look at tonight as, two competing visions of the country, or versions of the country, that we saw from Democrats and Republicans. And Trump also, has a lot of ground to make up from the government shutdown.
He uses what I call Trump triggers tonight, I think, to get get into the hearts and minds of his base. But, Caitlin, I disagree just a little bit. I think a lot changed tonight, and it's what I said earlier in our conversation. Tonight, I think, was a flirt for how negotiations are going to go when we have to keep our government open and when we have to deal with this big animal in the room called immigration. And the Trump hardline stance, his Trump triggers, his right-wing red meat rhetoric, his flirting with everything that the core of the Republican Party wants. I think that stalls the negotiations for him to get something that both sides of the aisle can live with. And so, as I said earlier, I saw Nancy Pelosi in her sit and chill position because she understands that, you know what, she has what the American people want. And Mr. Clyburn has laid it out all day long when he started talking about border security. He didn't harp on some of the things that Trump did in his speech. And I think Democrats hold the key in their pockets.
That's probably why Schumer looked like, you know, the wolf that had just eaten the chicken, right? Just sitting there.
It's called sit and chill.
All right, panel, hang on. We want to turn right now to our Tanya Rivero. Speaking of fact-checking, CBS News was fact-checking the president during his address, along with the Democratic response. And for the results, we're going to go ahead now to my colleague, Tanya Rivero.
Right, thanks, Elaine. And Gabe DeBenedetti is also with me here to break it down. You know, speaking of the Democratic response, we want to hit on a fact that Stacey Abrams made because it was kind of shocking. You know, she claimed that maternal mortality rates show that mothers, especially black mothers, risk death to give birth. And in a developed country like the U.S., that's a shocking claim. But it turns out the U.S. has the worst rate of maternal deaths of any developed country. And black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related death compared to white women. The CDC says the number of reported pregnancy-related deaths in the U.S. steadily is increasing. So that's pretty alarming.
It's very alarming, and it's actually a statistic that you don't hear a lot from politicians at a national level. But one of the reasons that it really struck me was that it came when Abrams was speaking so soon after President Trump spoke. And there was a passage in his speech when he essentially was saying, look how great things are for women now. So there was a very clear contrast here.
And we want to play that soundbite when the president spoke about how exciting this moment is for women. Let's listen.
All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before.
So that's true, right? More women in Congress than ever before. They were very excited about that. A lot of women on their feet celebrating. Not the whole picture, though.
Well, first, let's say it's not the whole picture because with the claim that there are more women in the workforce overall, that's true in terms of, you know, overall numbers, raw numbers, not in terms of percentage of the population. Obviously, we have a bigger population than ever before. And on the other hand, it's true that Donald Trump can actually take credit for the fact that there are more women in Congress than ever before. He's not actually going to be happy about that, of course.
Right.
That was
many of them ran against him and against his policies. So.
Exactly. And you saw this massive moment in the speech, actually, where all these Democratic women dressed in white stood up and applauded that line. They, of course, for the most part, ran against it.
Right. I want to point out, according to our fact checkers, the portion of women who are employed is lower than it was in the previous 2 economic expansions. So technically, even though the number of women in the workforce are bigger, the proportions are not. So the picture for women in the workforce is complicated. It's mixed. It is exciting this year, for sure, in Congress for women. We want to get to another fact. The president spoke about Americans who've been lifted off of food stamps. Yeah. And he said that nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. There has been improvement, and it appears that about 3.89 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps, but not quite 5 million.
Right, and this is one of those things where if you're a Republican or if you're one of President Trump's colleagues or allies here, you're sort of like, why are you, lying about this? Because you're just going to get fact-checked on it. It's still obviously moving in the direction that he wants.
Absolutely. And one other thing that we want to touch on, and we have a soundbite to go with this, is something that the president loves to talk about when it comes to border security and his wall. The number of Americans who are killed by drugs. Of course, the opioid crisis is sort of separate from his demand for border security, but it is still part of the big picture when it comes to drugs and drug deaths. Let's listen.
Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities. including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl.
So we were talking to Kate Smith about this, who's done a lot of fabulous reporting on exactly how illegal drugs get across borders into the U.S. And in most cases, especially in the case of fentanyl and cocaine, they're often found at legal ports of entry.
Right. And we've seen this actually in recent weeks with some pretty big busts. And one of the big reasons that this is such a tough political issue right now is that, of course, many people are saying on both sides of the aisle, well, we do need to crack down on drugs coming over the border. But the idea that where the rubber hits the road here, that there should be a wall and that is actually going to stop it, is basically not based out in the facts of how this is actually coming over.
Right.
So,
and people in those areas are thirsty for policies that are effective, but
right.
not necessarily the wall.
Right, and that's why when you see Democrats and Republicans not in the White House sitting down to try and talk about ways to fund border security or to get border security, they're not really talking about a wall. The only person talking about a wall for the most part is the president. What they're talking about is technology and surveillance on the border that would actually stop, massive drug shipments in some cases from coming over. Again, not in areas that are currently unsecured, but through ports of entry that we know about.
Absolutely. Gabe DeBenedetti, thank you so much. Stick with us. And Elaine, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Tanya, Gabe, thanks so much. During his address, the president mentioned several foreign policy challenges facing the country, including unrest in Venezuela and combating terror in the Middle East. But the president also spoke about the relationship between the U.S. and North Korea and the upcoming meeting he has with its leader.
If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam.
I want to bring in Johanna Maska from Los Angeles. She's the CEO of the Global Situation Room, a consulting firm. She was also an aide to President Barack Obama. Johanna, thanks so much for joining us. The president confirmed that a second summit is happening with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. What can we expect from that?
Yeah, I traveled with President Obama to 42 countries, dozens of summits. And I can say that rarely does a summit alone impact policy. And so my question is very similar to what Major Garrett already said that he asked the White House, which is, what have they gotten accomplished since the last summit? And I think that's the big question, is summits alone don't do much.
And the White House has long been touting progress, as you know, in denuclearization on talks with the Korean Peninsula, but we haven't seen much progress from the regime. So how close are we really to denuclearization?
Exactly, and that's that's the big question, and I think it has to do with Iran as well. I mean, to really have an impact, you need allies, and so what the Obama administration was working on is working with allies to have checks and balances to make sure that anytime you're working on denuclearization, that you have those checks in places. And I think the problem with going it alone is that you don't have the very checks that you need in places. I mean, I think that the Trump administration largely has been incoherent, naive, and then motivated by just do anything against what President Obama did. And so I think, if you're hitting on North Korea, it's very similar as if you're hitting on Iran and if you're hitting on Syria.
Well, talking about Iran, President Trump went after Iran again, calling them a danger to the U.S. Take a listen.
My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal.
So on Sunday's Face the Nation, he said he'd keep troops in Iraq to watch Iran. What do you make of his comments on Iran?
Yeah, I think they're ill-informed. I mean, that's, and I think actually that's one area that you find bipartisan unity. So it's interesting that the president called for unity because there was unity just recently when the Senate overwhelmingly supported, a resolution basically to say the Trump administration is wrong about Syria and about Afghanistan and pulling out the troops. And so what we've got is overwhelming bipartisan resistance to the Trump administration on foreign policy. And so whether that's Syria, whether that's Iran, again, with Iran, I think you're seeing the idea of keeping troops in Iraq, that's something that the Obama administration drew down because the war was in Afghanistan. Now he's moving his eye off the target, and he's moving his eye back to a target that was already being dealt with a bipartisan, with a multinational coalition.
So the president did repeat his call to pull all U.S. troops out of Syria because he says ISIS has been defeated. The intelligence community, as you know, clearly breaks with the president on this. How do you think after his address, Americans are going to remember the president's approach and sort of legacy when it comes to the Middle East? Obviously, he still has a couple of years left here, but nevertheless, when it comes to his approach to handling that part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think one big mark that we're not talking about is Saudi Arabia. So when we're talking about the Middle East, there's a wide area in the Middle East that we should talk about. Obviously, Syria, there's a lot of questions on what he's doing. Like I mentioned already, the Republicans are the ones who are as curious as the Democrats. But I think what I was most taken by in terms of his address tonight was that he highlighted World War II survivors and liberators at the very same time that he's threatening to undo the alliances that have kept us safe. And so whether that's working with our allies in the Middle East or, what he's doing in Syria, it's dangerous to go it alone. It's dangerous to go out before Congress and just give a speech and say you're going to do a summit and not read in the very people that you need read in. And I think that we see that whether he's just committed us to a blank check arms race or whether he's changing the policy in Syria.
All right, Johanna Maska, thanks very much for your time and for your perspective. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're going to have much more coverage of the president's State of the Union address as well as the Democratic response to it when we come back. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. Welcome back to our coverage of the President's State of the Union address and the Democratic response to it. I want to bring back in our all-star panel here, Wired editor-in-chief Nick Thompson. We have Caitlin Huey-Burns, CBSN political reporter. We also have Michael Graham, Republican strategist and CBSN political contributor. And Antoine Seawright is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, let's remind people, because it's been a little while now since the President actually delivered the address. The tone going into this, according to White House aides, was going to be unity. That was going to be the overarching theme. But let's play a little bit of the President's remarks close to the top, in which it was clear it was going to be sort of unity with some caveats. Oh, apparently I'm told we don't have the SOT. Okay, I will just paraphrase, but it's one that we've talked about before, where the President said an economic miracle is taking place in the United States. The only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. And this is the part that rhymes. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way.
I like the original version. Yeah. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
I
thought that was very good.
Yeah.
But you know, when he talked about the economy, he had a really strong case to make. That this anything can relate back to the economy, and he pointed out, for example, that manufacturing jobs have increased rather than decreased, despite what Stacey Abrams said, and that's a point where the data's all there. You can't argue with how good things are. But then to try to say, you know, this politics that they're up to, this investigation, the average person knows why we're in this mess. They've seen the Russia stuff. And even if you think it's kind of overblown or whatever, you know that it's not the case, that there's nothing there.
But the next part of what he said was, we must be united at home, Caitlin, to defeat our adversaries abroad. That, to me, seemed to be a framing that we hadn't heard before, where it was almost like this was an issue of almost national security if these investigations continue.
Kind of suggesting that you're being unpatriotic if you're supporting investigations, which oversight is a fundamental role of Congress, especially the various committees that are tasked with doing so, one called the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Right. Democrats have certainly felt over the past 2 years that there wasn't adequate oversight of this administration on everything from the Russia investigation to the president's taxes, to his business dealings, to banks that had been lending him money in his business life. So these are things that Democrats are going after, and the camera shifted over to Adam Schiff, who's the chairman now of the Intelligence Committee, and let's just say that he does not agree with the president. He is very much moving forward with investigations. And the president clearly sees this as problematic. And it's just really interesting to see kind of the shift that, and both parties do this. You know, when they're out of power or in power, they're for investigations or they're not. We saw during the Obama administration, the Oversight Committee run by Republicans was, one of the most powerful committees and something that Republicans wanted to be on. Once Trump got elected, oversight kind of went by the wayside.
I think there's kind of a funny irony, too, that you're not patriotic if you don't unite behind blocking an investigation into a foreign government hacking our election.
Right. Yeah. What did you think, Antoine?
Well, I think two things. In the South, we say there's no education in the second kick of the mule.
Yes. I've heard that before, Antoine, from you, actually.
So when you talk about Donald Trump and unity, remember there's no education. The second thing is somehow or another the president is trying to convince himself that you cannot investigate and legislate. And I think that's what you see that's what you're going to see once we get this governmental issue worked out and having the government open and all the things. You're going to see a real strategy of investigation and legislation. I don't think anything's wrong with that. The problem with the president and what he says tonight, the big problem is there are people on your side of the aisle who will go to the grave believing everything he said is true, no matter what the fact checkers say. And that's that group of people that we will never be able to convince to vote otherwise or think otherwise. And that's the problem. That's why I think part of the reason why America is so divided between Trump and the other side of America is because these people, he has done a good job of just putting things in their mind, and they're just drunk off the Kool-Aid to this point.
And the people that you call Kool-Aid drinkers would say we bought the barrel from the Obama administration, and all the people who could not see the fiascos of the Obama foreign policy.
Nobody
wins. Exactly, and that's where they are. But you're just talking about what Trump's trying to do in this moment, and I thought that I've now lost my train of thought. I apologize.
It's been fascinating to watch, though, because in that same address, right, there was also this moment, we were talking about this off camera, that was a completely unscripted moment where you had the Democratic female lawmakers, the House members in white, making their statement, which was, as we've said before, a bit of a protest. But nevertheless, the president, and I don't know if we do have this. Let's play a little bit of this moment here as the president was acknowledging there's a little bit of unscripted discussion, I guess, going back and forth here. Let's listen to that.
And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before.
And there you saw a very enthusiastic Nancy Pelosi urging people to go ahead and applaud that moment. And what we didn't show was that right before that, there was a moment where the Democratic women were clearly happy. They were chanting USA, USA, and they were going to sit down. And the president said, no, don't sit down. You're going to like this next part.
You know what I think that did for Donald Trump? It made him stay focused on the script and to get through the speech, because it caught him. All you have to do is look at his facial expressions. It caught him off guard to the point where he didn't know how to react, because he knew anything he said or did that was not scripted at that point was going to be talked about in the media. And so it really, I think, made him focus on trying to get through his speech.
Yeah, because the context of it was about jobs.
Yeah,
he was talking about women
he certainly
and
was
jobs.
Caught off guard, and he admitted as much, saying he didn't expect that. But you know what? It was also a pretty cool moment, right?
Yeah,
like everybody's standing up and cheering this group of women. The president kind of acknowledged. Yeah, exactly. He read the room.
It's been kind of funny in advance. We've been like, what could make AOC chant USA?
Yeah.
In the State of the Union.
Every time she got up, right? That's the whole time. But, but think about the irony. The number of Republican women in Congress is actually down.
Yes.
The reason why there's so many women there is because so many women are Democrats. Exactly. It would be like Barack Obama going, wow, look at all these Republicans who are here after the 2010 election. Yeah, you're right. It is your fault. You are responsible, but I don't think you mean it in a good way.
Yeah, this is the part where I actually started to write on the prepared text, and I wrote down after that the USA, USA, USA chant, and he said, that's great, really great, and congratulations. And then he moved on to the rest of his speech.
Nearly rendered speechless.
Right, but one of those moments where you say it really underscored the fact that Democratic women have looked at his presidency and taken that as sort of fuel, essentially, to get involved in politics.
Well, not only that, if you look at what is fueling the fire for Democratic women to run more people for office in the 2020 cycle, it's because of Donald Trump. And so perhaps he's going to be even more flustered after the 2020 election. But as you fast forward through the speech after that moment, I think it was everything that most of us expected from Trump, typical campaign-style Donald Trump. And that's where the fact checkers became really busy, to the point when he started talking about all different policy agenda. What was so frustrating for me is when he started talking about HIV and AIDS. And he wanted to end this crisis when it was his agenda, or it's his administration, that really took the knife and cut deep into funding. And there were 6 people who resigned from, I think, the HIV and AIDS board that the president appoints the minute he took office, because he went on the assault. And I can name 3 or 4 different times throughout the speech when we look at policy items that he talked about where his administration was the real problem. These things have not moved forward since he's been in office.
All right, we have much more coverage to come, but right now we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. More of the coverage of CBSN, of the President's State of the Union address here on CBSN. We'll be right back.
This is fascinating.
This is very important.
This is extraordinary.
This is welcome news.
This is just one of the facilities where migrants are sent.
This is tragedy on top of tragedy.
This is a life-threatening storm. This is serious.
This is a very big day for us.
This is a masterpiece.
This is the promise of personalized medicine, and it's arrived.
Wow, this is pretty spectacular.
This is important to point out.
This is starting a conversation in every household.
This is the scene in Tijuana today. Earlier, hundreds in the...
You used to live in the U.S.
Yes.
By all intents and purposes, you were an American.
Yeah.
Rafa has a young son. He wants to see him grow up in the U.S. like he did.
We were alerted to yet another shooting here.
I got shot with a .38.
You afraid of Jacob getting shot?
Yeah. As a parent, I'll do whatever it takes to get my son to the next step.
President Trump urged Congress to fund a physical border wall during the State of the Union tonight. But a cyber wall is much closer to becoming a reality. A technology company is expanding a virtual security system along the border this month under a contract with U.S. Customs and Border Protection, according to the Washington Post. Democrats have continuously pushed for developments in technology-based border security as opposed to a physical wall. For more on this, CBS News contributor and Wired editor-in-chief Nick Thompson joins me now on set. So, Nick, how would this cyber border wall operate?
Right. Well, there are a lot of different ways you could have it operate, but it does seem like a reasonable compromise. What you do is you set up a system of cameras, sensors, artificial intelligence technology, so you can tell whether it's a person or a horse, and then you're able to scout and see everything happening at the border and send agents and alert them. You're able to take your data, you're able to map where people are coming in, where they're likely to come in, you can predict them. You can basically use all the great tools we have in technology to do a much better job than you can with a big wall.
I feel like, though, it's not a new idea. I feel like we've heard about this for a few years.
Yeah, and in fact, we have built some mechanisms for doing this, some kind of sensors and towers. What's new now is that the AI works much better. The cameras are much better. The sensors are much better. The infrared technology is much better. It seems like, and maybe this is just the companies who are doing it, hyping it up, but it seems like there's really legitimate tech there that can work. So the person building this company, Anduril, is Palmer Luckey, who's the guy who built Oculus at age 19, right?
Gosh,
the homeschooled kid who goes and creates virtual reality, sells it to Facebook for $1 billion, then gets all of his friends and says, let's build a virtual border wall. Like, it's not just a schmo, it's like the greatest inventor that America has at that age right now.
So then what actually needs to happen for this virtual wall to become a reality? And do you think that this will likely be a bipartisan effort?
Well, it could be, but it's going to be tied into the crazy politics of the wall, right? If the challenge was, how do you secure the border without building a big physical structure that will take lots of time and cost lots of money, you would say, oh, let's do this. But that's not the challenge. The challenge for the Democrats is how do you make Trump look bad, and for Trump it's how do you get a wall. So you have a whole different sort of system going on, but there could be a rational way to do it. And in fact, sometimes when I dream about America, I think, wow, maybe Pelosi and Trump could get together, and Trump could get what he wants, which is slowing the influx of illegal immigrants, and Pelosi could get what she wants, which is Trump not getting a border wall, and then we could go back and maybe debate some other stuff, like, I don't know, 5G, artificial intelligence, other really important stuff in tech that we didn't get to tonight in the speech.
Okay, so I want to ask you more about that, but first I'll say that I think a lot of people would share in that dream of people finding common ground together. There was not a mention, you were telling me off camera, there was supposed to originally be a line in the speech about what? But it wasn't
I had heard that there was consideration of putting in, there's discussions about putting in a line about 5G, quantum computing, artificial intelligence. These are all things that the White House has been talking about, has been working on, and has passed initiatives on in recent months. They are things that many people in the White House care about. Thank goodness, because they are going to, help define the future. That wasn't in the speech, though, so it either wasn't written in or it got cut out at the end. There was a line about the industries of the future. There was a moment in the speech where Trump says, infrastructure, industries of the future, and my heart kind of leapt. I was super excited.
Thought that was it.
But then instantly we were into prescription drug pricing again, which we went through last year. It was very bizarre because it actually is really important that the American economy set itself up for a future. And it set itself up for a future in which artificial intelligence is one of the most important technological changes. And it has huge impacts on the kind of work that Americans can do. It has huge impacts on the transportation economy. It means so much. And what you would really want is a government that says, oh, you know, artificial intelligence is coming. Like, let's deal with it.
Yeah, and I imagine over at the Pentagon, that's something that they are watching very
Pentagon
closely.
is the first government agency to really deal with AI, has implemented it in lots of ways, and is trying many more.
Right. Let's go back to this notion of the tech industry as a whole. What steps has the Trump administration already taken to regulate the tech industry, and what more you think needs to be done to prevent things like election meddling?
Yes, that's a great question. So they actually haven't passed any tech legislation, right? So there's a whole spectrum of legislation that you can pass on the tech industry, from the relatively benign, which would be calls for transparency, data sharing. You could also have more strict regulations, like you could have privacy regulations, you could have other product regulations. The hardest thing, which is going to be really interesting in the Democratic debate, is whether you would have antitrust regulation. So those are like the negative things you can do. Those are sort of the control things. On the positive side, you can also invest. You can open up government data sets. You can create job training programs. You can try to, prepare workers for a future of AI. So there's a lot of stuff they could be doing on the pro side, a lot of stuff they could be doing on the con side. Right now, there's been nothing. There's been a bunch of hearings, which are useful and have been educational, which, as we all know, is needed from having watched those hearings.
All right, let's turn to 5G. You mentioned this a moment ago. Where do things stand right now? Because China could be a valuable partner, right, in 5G development, but the administration has cut ties with China's biggest technology companies, citing them as security concerns. So what more can you tell us about the technology's role in the relationship between China and the U.S.?
Yeah, so 5G is incredibly important. It will be the technology. It's a complicated term, but it will basically be a new technology for sending information through the airwaves that will be substantially faster, but also will require totally different infrastructure, right? It will be waves, moving at very different wavelengths. So you can't just have built big towers. You need to have networks all around the country. So it's a really hard thing to build, but will make everything work many times faster.
And China's got it?
No, but China is working much harder and is building it out. And interestingly, Huawei, the company that the United States is kind of at war with, is building it out not only in China, but also in other countries around the world. So the nightmare scenario, at least for me, is, the equivalent for me of the sort of the things Trump is most scared about immigration, like the world that scares me the most, is when where China is building the technological infrastructure for half the world. And on top of the Huawei 5G network, you have, the Chinese artificial intelligence networks, and then you have the Chinese social credit scores, and you have all of the Chinese software, which is wonderful for the Chinese economy, but is also not great for democracy and is very much, based on surveillance. You have all of that built into other countries, and suddenly it means that the country that builds 5G also kind of shapes the politics of the world and the economics of the world. Because I fundamentally believe the choices you make in tech affect the choices you make in policy and the choices that you make in how your society is governed. And so if the U.S. isn't helping to build the tech of the world because we've fallen so far behind, that's really not good in any respect. So that's what I worry about.
It's a national security issue.
It's a national security issue, and it is a human rights issue. It is a freedom issue. A lot of things that Democrats care about, Republicans care about. So a national strategy on technology policy should be something we could all get behind. And you can imagine an alternate universe, Trump coming forward and saying, we're going to lead the world in 5G. We're going to have sensible policies on AI. We'll create the world's greatest open databases to make sure there's a competitive market. You can see a very popular technology-first agenda getting lots of public support, but we're not particularly close to that.
All right, we'll continue to watch. Nick Thompson, thanks so much, Nick.
Thanks, Elaine.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBS app. CBS News, always on.